Hello, Vegetomb here again. Can't wait to see this flooded crowd for us. Yes, that would be fun, yar. Hello! Happy Spooktober! It is the beginning of October, and so we are doing the spookier story time. Tonight we're gonna do creepypastas. And I realized I didn't put that in the thingy. But that's what we're doing. We're reading creepypastas. They're gonna be random because that's an option. You can just generate them randomly on the site. And so that's what we'll be doing. I got the trigger warning up and I flagged the content warning because it will be the spooky and I don't know what will come up. It's classic creepypasta to go a little too far sometimes. So I don't know. We'll see. But hello. It's spooky month. Yes. It's kind of funny because it's spooky month and then your little guys are just so cute. They're not spooky. They're just so cute. Look at those dancing little babies. All of them. They're just cute. But okay. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I figure I'll give us a minute. Brace yourselves and the like. We're still doing redeems in between stories. You have arrived. Mwahahaha. Yes, the chaos. But hello, Violetta. We're still doing redeems in between stories. If they're really short, I might do 2 stories, but because they're random, I have no idea how long the next one will be. And yeah, you know how this works otherwise, so you got this. But alright, oh no, I didn't want to click that. That's what I wanted to click. Yeah, okay. I'll hydrate. And then we're gonna get going. Okay. First story. Whoa. Okay. Our first story from Creepypasta Random Stories is The Murk. Alright. And then let's put it up on the now reading. Come on over. I still haven't got the mouse pad clean from last stream, so I should probably turn off a couple of redeems, because otherwise they'll go everywhere. I realize I should do that. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna mute and be right back too, because I got a bit of a cough. Okay, I think it's just dice and cards that go on the tabletop. That's pretty much it, because they're the ones that will run away from me without the mouse pad. So those have been paused. Now you know. But yes, okay, so here it is. The Murk. Have everything ready. Ooh, thank you. I appreciate the translation. And that's a fun little, even more embracing the chaos little emote. Yeah, that's fun. Oh! Never mind. Panda in the fire? Yeah, we gotta love that. Okay, here we go. The Murk by Micah Edwards. Or Micah, I think. Okay. Obadiah had 40 different words for fog. From his fishing shack on the waterfront, he watched various fogs come and go, ebbing and flowing around the town. He needed every one of the words to describe the varied types that ran their blurry touch over the island. There was the mist, the slight tendrils of cloud that barely cloud just barely wrapping around the houses. That one was so omnipresent that folks rarely even bothered to note it. Most of the town was mist-touched at any given time. The moments where you could see clearly end to end were the real rarities. Obadiah had no word for that kind of weather. It had never seemed worth it. There were the pea supers, the thick, deep fogs that ate the sound and blocked out all sight more than an arm length away. They rolled in on the regular, removing the rest of the town from view, and giving Obadiah the impression that he lived on an island the size of his 3 rooms. If the windows weren't sealed, it was even less than that, as the fog seeped in through cracks and hid even the corners of his own house from him. Hi, Crummy. In between the two extremes were the musters, the carrywinders, the bellsmiths, and dozens more. Obadiah knew every sort of fog the sea could cough up, and had names for them all. 70 years of waterfront living would do that to a man. Which made this fog all the more unusual. It wasn't like any other he'd ever seen. It crawled along the ground in slow waves, gently rolling along paths and around corners like it was looking for something. It didn't spread out evenly either, but clumped together in great, dense folds. Parts of it were nearly transparent, while others seemed almost solid. Despite its intermittent thinness, it muffled sound as well as the thickest fog Obadiah had ever seen. The whole house felt wrapped in cotton batting. The lapping of the sea, the creaking of the dock, the mournful calls of the birds, all of these, the background of Obadiah's life, were gone. It was the sepulchral silence that kept him staring out the window. He told himself he was just casually watching, but the truth was that he needed to keep an eye on the world to reassure himself that it was still there. A booming knock sounded at the front door. Obadiah startled from his chair, a sudden sound no less concerning than the silence that had preceded it. He craned his neck to try to see along his front porch, but the drifting fog and awkward angle kept him from getting a good view. The knock came again. Obadiah headed for the front door, taking up his stout oaken stick as he did so. If it was a neighbor who needed help outside, he'd be happy to have the extra support to keep his footing in the thick fog. And if it turned out to be someone who meant him ill, he could still hand out a pretty good wallop. A third time the knock. "I'm coming," called Obadiah, his voice abnormally loud in the silent house. "Who is it, anyway?" "Me, Obi," came the muffled reply. He cocked his head. Sounded a bit like Isabel, the neighbor woman. Nice woman, lovely young mother, but not the sort to just drop by randomly, especially not in weather such as this. "What do you need?" he asked, opening the door. To his surprise, the battered wooden porch stood empty. The rocking chair creaked gently next to the door, but only the wind was stirring it. "Your help," Isabel's voice drifted up from the bottom of the steps. Obadiah squinted into the fog. It was swirling thickly here, obscuring even the railing posts beside the stairs. He could make out a humanoid figure, but no more. "What is it, Isabel?" Maybe she needed his help finding a lost animal. Maybe she'd gotten lost herself. "You need to come in?" He took a step back, holding the door open, but the fog-shrouded figure shook her head. "No, I need your help. Can you come down here? Obadiah hesitated. Something was off about her voice, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Still, if she needed help, he wasn't about to turn her down. "Let me get my coat," he said. "You don't need it. Please hurry." The air was chillier than he liked, but if Isabel was that desperate, he could handle the discomfort. Surely she only needed him for a short time if she was encouraging him to go out coatless. With a sigh and a shrug, he stepped onto the porch and closed the door behind him. The fog had thickened again. Everything was a uniform shade of gray. Even the bottom step was hidden from view now. Obadiah gripped the railing with his left hand and his walking stick with his right, stepping carefully down the weathered steps. "Isabel?" he called, unable to see her through the fog. "Right here," came the reply. He took a few tentative steps forward. "No, over this way." Her voice was to the left of him now. He edged forward again, but still saw nothing. "Where are you?" "I'm here." Her soft tones came from the right side of him now. "I can see you. Just walk toward me." 2 more steps, and there was still nothing there. "Girl, are you playing games with me?" "Never, Obi." But there was laughter in her voice, and not the kind sort either. "All right, enough of this. Nothing better to do than taunt an old man. I'm going back inside," he grumbled. "How do you plan to do that?" Obadiah took several steps forward, expecting to see his house swim into view. It did not. There was nothing but an endless gray wall. He stopped, befuddled. Must have gotten turned around in this. He turned back and tried the other direction, but found nothing there either. The fog swirled hungrily at his legs, hiding his feet from view. Isabel's voice rang out from all around him, laughing gaily, shifting positions with every sentence. "This way." "No, over here." "You're close." "Right here." "Obi." This one practically a breath in his ear. "Enough!" He whirled, striking out with his walking stick, but the heavy wood swooshed uselessly through the air. Obadiah staggered and nearly fell as the momentum tugged him to the side. The fog fluttered in its wake, forming curlicues that winked and smiled before vanishing into the main mass. "Try again," whispered Isabel's voice. Clearly mocking though she was, Obadiah settled his grip on the cudgel and took her advice. He struck out blindly, swinging from shoulder to hip in a repeated X shape. The laughter rose around him, mocking as he hit nothing but air over and over again. But Obadiah gritted his teeth and continued. With every strike, he took a small step and made a quarter turn. Swoosh, swoosh went the stick, and the circle Obadiah walked in grew steadily larger. He might not know which way his house was, but he knew it had to be close, if he just maintained the pattern. Suddenly, the stick collided with something solid with a resounding crack. The impact jarred the walking stick from his hand, sending it spinning off into the fog. Obadiah reached out with desperate fingers and grasped the wooden ball that topped his porch's newel post. He wrapped his arms around it, grabbing it like a drowning man seizing hold of a piece of floating wreckage. "Wait!" called Isabel as Obadiah hauled himself up the 3 stairs to his porch, one hand always maintaining a strong grip on the railing. "I'm still out here, Obi. I still need your help." He shook his head. "No, you aren't." "Look." And then, in a voice quieter and more tremulous than before, "Obi, is that you?" He looked over his shoulder. Behind him, a path had cleared in the fog, the mists shifting aside to make a brief corridor. At the end of it, 50 yards away or more, stood Isabel. She looked confused and afraid. She appeared to have been crying. "Obi, help!" She took a running step toward him, and then the mists fell over her again, consuming her. "See?" Isabel's voice again, though Obadiah knew well it was not her. "She needs your help." Obadiah shook his head once more. "All I can do if I go out there is give you another voice to play with, and I don't even have my coat." "Wait!" called the voice once more, but Obadiah was already at his front door, opening it to step into the safety of his house. Fog swirled in with him, but it dissipated quickly when the solid wood slammed shut behind it, tiny wisps of cloud vanishing against his carpet runner. The knocking started again, loud and insistent. Obadiah, ignoring it, walked slowly around the house, checking the latch on each window, and then pulling thick curtains to block out the view and muffle the sound. He turned on the record player, settled into his chair, and let the scratchy sounds of a trumpet flow over him. He could still hear the knocking in the background, but he figured it would give up soon enough when it realized he couldn't be lured back out. Soft cries could be heard behind the trumpet now, the sounds of a young woman in distress. "You can still save her," whispered a voice, clustered outside his windows. Obadiah dragged his chair over closer to the record player and increased the volume. He'd seen too many men swept overboard in storms to wonder if Isabel could really be rescued. All he could do by jumping after them was add another death to the tally. "A Murk," he said out loud. "That's a good name for it. A Murk." The fog would pass. They all did eventually. He'd go find Isabel after that, if there was anything left of her to find. The end. The Murk. Ooh. But it's nice to be back into Creepypasta. It's nice to be back into Spoopy. We haven't done this in a while. Hi, Josh. Hi, Oni. My goodness. Yeah, that was our first story. Wasn't terribly long. I feel like I could do another random one. I'm going to see which one's going to pop up. Oh, blunk. You're supposed to do the thing. Come on. There we go. Now it's loading it up. Ooh. Oh, no, wait. I misread that. You got 18%. Oh, no. Ouch. Ooh, okay, so this next one, it's going to be roughly twice as long. That's how long next one's going to be. It's by David Sr. Old Shock. That's the next one. Oh, that's not how you spell that, Raven. What are you doing? But I saw I had a question. What's your favorite scary story, Shorzy? I read Edgar Allan Poe a while ago, and I liked those lots. A specific scary story. I like telling them. There was one that I used to try and say when I was younger, but I would always change it. And I had to tell my friends when we didn't have much time to talk. So I would never get to the end of it. And so I would restart it every time, and it would change just a little, and then I would restart it, and we never got to the end. Or if we did, it took a heck of a long time to do so. I don't have a specific favorite story. I just liked being silly with it. I don't think I have a specific favorite. There's lots of good ones. You rolled a 12. That's not bad. 91% love. Yeah, there you go. Yours is. That's pretty good. Nice job, Yar. What the heck is this? Why is the frog crying about being kissed? Why? I don't get it. And that's so cute with the Pikachu. Look at that. He's so cute. Okay. If we've got no redeems, I'll move straight on to the next story. It is Old Shock. That's what it is. Oh, hydrate. I can do that one for sure. Thank you, thank you. But with nothing else, yeah, I think I'll go into this one. This one's going to be... The last one was estimated 6 minutes to read, and this one is estimated 12. The purple arms, is that like the SpongeBob arms? I feel like that looks familiar. Because SpongeBob had the fake pink or the fake purplish arms when he tried to get fake arms. That's why. That's why. 4 arms. Yeah. Look at that little frog. No, wait. The purple arms are definitely his legs, actually. No. It was pink, you say, Yar? Oh, okay, okay. I'm glad you knew what I meant. Alright. Here we go. I'm gonna jump into Old Shock then. Here we go. Just scrolling to get it all lined up. As Paul approached the town, the signal for his car radio began to fail. It seemed to sum everything up in a nutshell. Even national radio couldn't make it out to these coastal backwoods. Though the roads round this way were a little more than single-carriage tracks most of the time, so why should he expect anything else? Once again, he silently cursed his brother for coming out here. He felt grouchy. It had been a long drive. However, even his mood improved at first glance of the ocean. Shimmering sunlight, reflecting the deep blue of the skies above, across the endless fields and towards the horizon. He wondered whether city dwellers like him ever truly lost that childhood excitement that comes with seeing the ocean. Maybe that was ultimately the appeal of this place to Robert. Paul drove past farms and woods and the odd campsite toward the roofs and church towers beyond that. Towards the roofs and church towers beyond that marked the end of this leg of the journey. He kept fiddling with the radio, but he was getting no joy, only a blanket of snow and feedback over the music he wanted to listen to, so flicked it off. He passed by the town sign on the edge of the village. It read in big friendly letters, "Welcome to Crowsmere." Even driving, Paul could make out the graffiti that some wit had scribbled across the greeting. "This is where people come to die." Paul smiled in agreement at that. At least somebody out here knew the score. After all this, Robert had better be in. Paul had no intention of staying in this little inbred middle-of-nowhere village for long. He certainly intended to be sleeping in his own bed tonight. But the least his brother could do was buy him a pint in some local boozer for his trouble. Sabbatical. That was the word Robert had used to describe his year away from work. Not that it was hard graft to start with. Droning on for a couple of hours a day in front of a few university students who would rather be out getting drunk and laid didn't sound exactly trying. I think that's exactly why it's difficult, because they don't want to listen, but okay. The last time Paul had seen his brother, It had been almost a year at their mother's 70th. I was about to say 17th. Their mother's 17th birthday. Oh, God. Okay. Their mother's 70th birthday dinner in the garden of a local restaurant. Robert had explained that he was taking the next year off from teaching to focus on working on his book. Their mother was, as ever, beaming with pride, and even their sister Kathy seemed to be at least feigning interest. So it was left to Paul to ask the questions like, "So do you not get enough holiday as it is then, with all the breaks the schools have? And so when are we going to see this book of yours in the shops then?" Oh, I don't like our Paul. Only more and more I'm not liking him. Robert had smiled coldly, and Paul, knocking back his umpteenth glass of wine, not his usual tipple, he must admit, and so was feeling a touch heady, felt a sense of triumph. Brothers they may be, but sometimes that specky, is that supposed to be like a term for bespectacled? Whatever. That specky know-it-all needing putting down a peg or two. Sometimes the way that one half of the sentence doesn't quite link up with the other. He was needing putting down a peg or two? Anyway, later, he had overheard Robert telling Kathy that he was going away for a few months, spending 6 months renting some old deer's house in some poky little seaside place called Crowsmere at the other side of the country to aid with his research. Research, in quotes, Paul had scoffed, wandering back over. "I thought you just wrote about books other people had got around to writing." Oh, so he doesn't like critics? Okay, but still. Oh, I see we're doing all the commands, but I got lots to read, so I'm going to focus. "I'm writing a history of a folk tale specific to that region," Robert said, turning on him. He looked his brother up and down, disgusted. "I doubt you'd be interested, Paul." "Oh, I?" was all Paul could manage, taken aback by Robert's hostility, obvious even with his senses dulled with booze. "Just wondering, like," he continued, before Robert and Kathy turned away and continued their conversation. Practically turned their backs on him. Paul tried to ignore the affront, but with everybody else at the table talking to somebody else, he ear-wiggled his siblings whilst gazing out across the garden. Kathy asked Robert about the folktale he was researching. "A story about Old Shock," he'd said, "the devil dog. Goes back hundreds of years. Haunts the cliffs overlooking the beach all along that coast. Lots of occult activity in that region and a history of smuggling, so there are various possible interpretations of..." Whatever, Paul thought now. A year off work to read about some fairy tale nobody had ever heard of, and the entire family fawns. The slap. I said something else. Anyway, the slap strikes again. This is the way it goes, Mask. And no, you're not late. You're not late. I don't keep attendance. 40% love with Violetta and Lahonk. Oh no. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, he was. Oh yeah, everybody loves him. Paul's real pouty right now. Into the village proper now, Paul examined the streets around him. As in back to his driving piece, I guess. And if you couldn't tell, we were very clearly in the UK. But anyway. A bonny enough village, he supposed, as he passed a row of flint cottages facing the sea, but he still dismissed the entire place as ultimately nothing more than a hole in which to dump pensioners on their last legs and spotty boy racer native youths who would probably spend their entire wretched lives here. What the heck does spotty boy racer native youth mean? Especially in the UK. What? Anyway, alright. He noticed a block of derelict-looking holiday apartments called Clifftop View Flats and parked up outside there, unwilling to drive even longer, looking for a car park. He stepped out into the warm air and stretched and rubbed the various aches in the small of his back. He looked around him. He locked the car and had a stroll down the promenade, past chip shops and amusement arcades and places selling souvenir tat. Nowhere was exactly busy, and even then it was mostly older folk wandering about. The summer holidays hadn't started yet, clearly. He bought himself a bag of chips and ate them whilst looking around. He found a pub called the Trawlerman and took a pint out into the mostly empty beer garden. He sat in the sun and supped at his beer and thought about his mother. The funeral was in 2 days. Kathy had found her dead on the living room carpet a week and a bit ago. The doctor told them it had been a massive heart attack. As well as arranging the funeral details, Paul was no good at that sort of thing, so just kept out of it. Kathy had tried constantly to contact Robert. Endless phone calls that were never answered, even a few letters. The problem was nobody was sure if Robert was still away with his research or not. Certainly wasn't in his flat back home. Kathy had been round there several times, banging on the door, shouting through the letterbox. Paul hadn't spoken to his brother since the meal, that birthday dinner, and Kathy admitted she'd only been in contact with him when exchanging Christmas cards. By her reckoning, he should have finished up in this Crowsmere place maybe 2 months ago. All she could think of was he had decided to stay on down there longer, perhaps moving accommodation and not getting around to telling anybody. Kathy had gone through their late mother's address book but couldn't find an updated address, only the one he had initially given them. The one she had written about for Paul after begging him to drive down to try and find him. Paul had grumbled but relented. "You're all good, Vet. You're all good. Nobody's late. I don't keep attendance. You're all fine." Paul downed the remainder of his pint. He considered ordering a second, but already the beer and the afternoon sun were relaxing him perhaps too much. He went back into the cool darkness of the bar. "Excuse me, mate," Paul said, calling over the barman, taking from his wallet the scrap of paper on which Kathy had written Robert's temporary address. "Do you know where I'd find this place?" It was only a few streets away, as it happened. Though a village this size, everywhere was only a few streets away from anywhere else. Paul followed the directions the barman had given him. Number 17 Poppy Lane. The houses down this road were old and high. Many were guest houses or B&Bs. Paul figured the one Robert had stayed in would be the same, but as he stood outside the door glancing up at the building, he noted only one doorbell, and it certainly looked like a single property. Certainly looks like an old woman's place, too, Paul thought, walking up to the door. The tiny front yard was slabbed, but covered in pots of flowers in bloom. Who says the man ain't? There could be a dude gardening. Chill out, Paul. Anyway, all the windows had net curtains across them, but again, plants and knickknacks. Okay, porcelain figurines does kind of feel feminine. Porcelain figurines of dogs and fishermen of such unironic kitsch that they turned his stomach, stood guard on the windowsills. By the house number on the wall by the door was a small sign, made from various pieces of seashells and crockery glued together with "Happy Home" painted across it. He pressed the doorbell. A dog began to bark from inside, a deep, slow-sounding thing. Paul shifted on the doorstep and looked around him, watching an old silver-haired couple emerge from the guest house opposite and shuffle slowly in the direction of the beachfront. This is where people come to die. Through the door, he could hear a female voice quieting the barking. A silhouette appeared against the frosted glass, and he heard a lock being slid back and a chain unfastened. Yes? An old woman asked, peering out. Paul had tried his hand selling double glazing door to door in his early 20s, and he lapsed back into that patter. He smiled. Hello there, doll. Sorry to trouble you. I'm looking for a chap called Robert. I was led to believe may be staying here. The old woman looked at him from beneath a bob of white hair, part expectant, part blank, as if to say, Go on. Paul said. His heart sank as he began to worry if Robert had initially provided them with an incorrect address. If so, there would be hell to pay when he finally turned up. Robbie McIntosh? He continued. I thought he was meant to be renting this place out for a few months. Still nothing. He wondered if the old dear was right in the head. I'm his brother, Paul added, uselessly. At this, a light seemed to flick on somewhere behind her eyes. Ah, she cried happily, clapping her hands together. Mr. McIntosh, of course. I'm sorry, my memory isn't what it was. He is the writer, yes? Feeling irritation, how could he go around telling people he was a writer when he hadn't published a book? Okay, this is feeling very much like the writer of the story wanted to vent about people that don't like writers, very possibly their own sibling. Because this is just like excessive. Anyway, Paul simply said, Aye, that's the one. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for him. Oh dear, the old woman said, opening the door wider now. That enormous-sounding dog was still cough-barking somewhere out back. Paul nervously glanced over the woman's shoulder into the hallway behind her, but it seemed any angry hound was secured off in a room somewhere. Mr. McIntosh rented the house for me whilst I was away visiting my niece. She lives in Australia. Such a nice girl. She's a doctor. They both are. 15 years they've lived there, you know, but neither of them have lost a bit of their accents. Paul continued to smile even as he began to glaze over. And my brother? He managed to insert gently but firmly. Of course, she said as if that had left her mind completely. I'm sorry, but he left here perhaps 2 months ago when I returned. Great. Paul sent another silent curse Robert's way. He looked up and down the street pointlessly as if he expected to see him happen to be strolling past. Do you know if he stayed in town? Paul asked, turning back to the old woman's sympathetic eyes beneath her thick spectacles. Did he rent somewhere else, or did he leave you a forwarding address at all? Please, come inside, she said, now moving aside and opening the door fully for him. He may have left an address. I'll go see. Paul thanked her and stepped inside. Hold on, I got caught. Manner, okay. Paul thanked her and stepped inside. She closed the door behind him. The hallway was dim. Its only window that was in the front door. What? The hallway was dim. Its only window that in the front door. Questionable. Anyway, the dog seemed to know a stranger was inside and upped its enraged barks. The old woman ushered him through a doorway off the hall on the right. Yeah, it's a lot of redeems to get to. I will, though. Please sit down, dear. I'll see if I can find anything. Would you like a cup of tea? No, thank you, Paul said, stepping into the bright lounge. I don't want to be any trouble. It was warm in here, bordering on stifling. He marveled at how Robert could stay in such a place for 6 months. Well, maybe he had the heat less up. I don't... Chill, dude. Anyway, he'd always had an old head on his shoulders, but Christ, surely not this old. Doilies seemed to cover every surface, and on top of these were yet more revolting porcelain dolls and pots of potpourri and vases of sickly scented flowers. He didn't want to spend the afternoon stuck in here reminiscing, although as he thought this, he did feel a pang of unexpected sadness and guilt. She was probably just lonely, like his mother must have been at the end. Of her 3 children, Kathy was the only one to visit her with any regularity, and even then only once a week or so. That's a lot, though. Paul had only lived a 10-minute walk from her. Okay, well that is his point. At the old woman's insistence, he perched politely on the edge of an armchair. All my paperwork is in the kitchen, she told him. My paperwork is in the kitchen, she told him, about to leave the room. She was thin and moved like some eager, if fragile, bird. She turned back to him, and her voice turned a hushed tone of gossipy. Is it very bad news? Paul wanted to smile affectionately. His stopping by was probably the most drama she'd had since her holiday, poor old soul. He kept his expression respectfully somber, however, when he said, Our mother passed away. She looked down at him like he was a 5-year-old sadly cradling a popped balloon. Oh, she said, such a shame. She turned and scurried away. With her out of the room, Paul stood up and strolled idly around the room. Framed reproductions of bland watercolors hung on the walls alongside black and white photographs of people he assumed to be long gone. Men and women posing on the beach in enormous swimming outfits, or smiling at the camera as they tramped heartily across rugged moorland. One particular couple appeared in the photographs more than most. A robust gentleman with a receding hairline and a slight, dark-haired beauty. He wondered if this was the old woman in her younger days with the now-deceased husband. He peered at the pictures but couldn't really tell. Well, I think that's a fair bet. Are you sure you wouldn't like a cup of tea? She called out from another room. No, thank you, he shouted back, turning towards a glass cabinet in which there stood more smaller framed photographs. Paul didn't have a single photograph on display of any of his family or friends in his flat. Any that he did have were kept in no particular order in a shoebox in a drawer. He wondered whether this would change the older he got. The dog continued its weird barking from somewhere else. Paul wondered whether Robert had had to look after it whilst the old woman was away. She surely couldn't have taken it to Australia with her. If it barked like that all the time, it would have been impressive for Robert to manage any work at all. Paul picked up a small lucky cat figurine from the mantelpiece. He scoffed. It would have been ghastly enough even if it had been finished correctly, Paul thought, but to make things worse, it had been mispainted slightly, so its face looked like it was sinking on one side, like the poor creature had suffered a stroke. Homemade gift, he figured, placing the thing back. He sat back on the armchair. He felt restless, wanting the old woman to return with an address so he could get out of this slightly sad, stuffy front room. On a small coffee table beside the armchair was a pile of books and magazines. He uninterestedly looked through them as he waited. The top few were knitting and crochet magazines, then a notebook, then a fairly weighty and highbrow-looking tome bearing the title Eastern Counties Folk Miscellanea. He lifted it, intrigued. Plain cover, cloth-bound, More the kind of thing he'd have expected to see in an antique shop or dusty college library. The kind of book he would have expected to see on his brother's shelves. Well, yeah, it's folk miscellanea, and he's writing about Paul's stupid. Anyway, okay. He turned the book over and noticed several scraps of paper sticking out from a section near the middle. Paul opened the book to this section, where he found a chapter headed Old Shock and the Demon Dogs of the East Coast. He flicked through the pages. The pieces of paper, he was unsurprised to see, were covered in notes. Paul recognized his brother's handwriting. Out in the hallway, he could hear the old woman finally coming back. She seemed to be chattering to herself. Paul stood up, still turning the pages of the miscellany, wondering whether she even knew Robert had even left the book when he had departed. He looked at reproductions of medieval woodcut images, of enormous snarling beasts, and witches and the devil, and his eye fell upon a note Robert had jotted. Shock, shuck. Old English, skucka, demon? Did you know this had been left here? Paul asked, turning around before the words died in his throat. He paused, and was about to laugh, unsure how else to react to the sight. Baffling and clearly some bizarre joke. Yet as his naked brother lurched on his hands and knees into the room, the thick collar around his neck. Yeah, this would come off as funny to me if it wasn't in the framing that it was already in. What? His naked brother lurched on hands and knees into the room, the thick collar around his neck attached to the leash being held by the old woman behind him. Paul didn't even know how to laugh. Robert, never a bulky man, was now a lean, wiry creature, muscles tensing beneath skin intersected everywhere with scars and lash marks and thin scabbed wounds. Yeah, now we're getting, I was like, the weight loss, already scars and such. Oh no. Dirty hair hung long and a straggly beard covered his lower face. Robert, Paul said dumbly, through some instinct, he took a step backward. The heavy book dropped from his hands, forgotten, onto the thick carpet. Robert snarled and barked ludicrously, actually baring his teeth. And here Paul actually did laugh, stopping only when he noticed Robert's hands. Robert was on his hands and knees, but did not have his palms flat against on the floor. Rather, he had both hands curled backwards, wrenched and knotted, and was moving forward with that hideously off-kilter movement, with his upper body weight resting on his twisted, bent wrists. The old woman standing behind Robert, the thick lead clutched in her fist, had her eyes closed, her head tilted up as she muttered what sounded to Paul like an endless stream of gibberish. Paul began to crouch, slowly. Robert barked, saliva flicking from beneath his teeth. Paul's eyes flicked from those of his brother, raging and unrecognizing and utterly alien, to the multitudes of sore wounds across Robert's body. He held out his hands in front of him calmingly. The old woman's chanting became louder and more shrill. "Robert?" he managed. Then the lead in the old woman's grip was freed, and Robert lurched crazily forward and was upon him, knocking Paul back in a blur of snarling and hair and arms and unwashed stench and surprising weight. Paul fell back against the carpet, knocking over the coffee table and sending magazines flying, too bewildered to think about defending himself, even as his brother's teeth bit down into his Adam's apple, and wrenched away meat and splatter and cartilage. Paul could hear the old woman's babbling even as the crimson mist stung his eyes. Robert was back on him, biting down into his face. Paul eventually tried to scream before realizing he was simply choking on and gargling out his own blood. His hand, pinned uselessly beneath him, gripped onto the carpet. The carpet felt thick, comfortable. The end. I knew the dog barking was going to be a thing. Like, there was no way that we knew Robert was studying demon dog folklore. So, of course, the dog barking was gonna be a problem. It was very obvious. But, wow. Is that actually how, like, it is the old shock a real story that this is kind of based on? Because, like, I'm just trying to imagine us reading one of our fairy tales and coming across, oh yeah, old women would take men and turn them into dogs. Like, I don't know. Yeah. It's a mess. But now let's do redeems. And you guys can tell me what you think of that story while I work on those. It was just something. It shocked me to have Robert come out in a collar, naked. Oh, every time I read Rage Puffing lately, I'm like, I'm always so tired. I don't know why I'm lacking energy. I see Rage Puffing, I'm like, ugh. I gotta amp myself up. I feel like I gotta warm up into it. I gotta pick something else. And then I'll do my Rage Puff. I think Scissor Snips we'll start with. Scissor Snips. Ah! Why didn't you do nothing? There you go. Smips. No, not Smips. Okay. There we go. And then I'll do the Rage Puffing after that. I feel like I'll have warmed up from scary into rage after some scissors. There is our scissors. Alright. Let's rage. That was a big growl, wow. I was kind of shocked at that one. Okay. Let's go for it. Okay. But you can't. I know. That's. I would. I mean, you can't. You cannot. exactly. I never. That's it. That's the trick. The rage puffing. But you you're being so specific with what I say. Yes. I don't even know what I'm gonna say till I'm saying it with those ones. I like the skeleton clap. Those are good claps. I like them. Very on theme. Good, good, good. Okay. Um, I need to fix the frickin' the chat. The problem is that none of the chats look as like quite how I want it. So I think we gotta just lean into other chat looks. So we have this the 7TV emotes still visible. I should really do it. Anyway, let's do paper guillotine, I guess. Make room, everybody scoot over. It's a big thing. And I'm gonna have to move the mic, so I'll mute it while I'm adjusting it right now. Well, it's actually pretty quiet, but still. Okay. Big ol' slicey boy. Okay. I sliced an old envelope. Sliced you. Take that. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I gotta put this back. Hold on. Very successful paper guillotine. Slicey slice. Just got a little slice of envelope that I decided to slice. Took 2 goes, but yeah. Okay, let's do. I'm gonna go with one of the other ones. And then I'll come back to mic arm sharpening. I just wanna vary it up because I just did move around the mic. Wanna leave it where it is for right this second and then go back. We'll do them all because none of them are repeats. We'll do them all before the next story. Yeah, let's do what a job. The plinky plinky thing. What I miss? Guess what, Lahonk? We haven't even done any of yours, so you didn't miss nothing yet. But okay, here is a water jar. There was our water jar. Long, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna do mic arm sharpening and then I'm gonna do your frog and humming. But I'm gonna do mic arm sharpening now. Here we go. I'm gonna move the mic. I'm gonna mute for a moment. That's a fair point, Rana. Maybe I should get the real knife sharpening back out. That's a good point. I should do that. Okay. Yes, there we move it. So I don't have a whetstone, but I have a proper knife sharpener thingy-majig that's got like kind of two whetstone rods at one point. They're not wet. They're too they're for that. But I don't really sharpen much. So what I'll do is I'll add at the end of this, I'm gonna add a little sharpen some scissors on those guys real quick because I don't like to over sharpen my my knives. It just starts to overdo it, you know. If I'm not using my knives as much as I'm sharpening them, it's excessive. But I'll sharpen my scissors because I have been using those. Those could use a sharpen. What I just did was a butter knife, the back flat side of it, along the top of our mic arm. That can kind of sound like mic sharpening. I used to do it with a different like little mic stand, but that came with my old mic, which was a hand-me-down from Vi. So that all went back to Vi when I got the new mic, which I've got now. That guy. Okay, so fancy mic sharpening or knife sharpening things will come at the end. But now it's singing frog and humming and then comb twing, so we'll do those first. Singing frog. Let's do a singing frog. Oh, Herbert! It's Herbert time. I actually really like that. Hold on. I have to hit his nose for it to be that. Which is like, there's musical instruments that are specifically the wood block. But yeah, you have to hit his nose. If you hit like his belly, flat, you hit his nose, you get the, because that's where the hole is. Anyway, okay, I thought that was fun. okay, Herbert sings. Here we go, Herbert. I'm gonna have to turn down this mic because he's loud. Herbert! Don't worry. He's not alive. He's a piece of wood. He's okay for to bonk. It's okay for to bonk. Comb twing time, comb twing. Let's do those. And then we'll do Then we'll do humming before we do the sharpening. There you go for comb twing. So now, humming. Cool. You're all cozy. I was just about to change, but I'm gonna keep it. Brain? Sea shanty. I was about to say sailor tune, and I'm like, what? Oh, sea shanty. I'm gonna smack you from all the way over here. I'm gonna smack you from all the way over here. Oh, I type all that. It didn't work. You know what's coming. You little shit. Stop believing when you make the redeems. It's gonna drive me crazy. You say, I've just returned. When I just finished your last redeem, you didn't see none of them. I even told you, you're like, what did I miss? And I'm like, I'm working on it. Don't go. And you freaking left. Ah! Censoring my own screams right now because it's too loud for you guys. Anyway, I'm gonna do some knife sharpening now. Stop believing when you make it a redeems. Thank you, Mask, for whatever reason being Italian as you did it. It's a you, Mask de Mario. But okay, I'm gonna do our added freebie redeem here. Scissor sharpening. So we'll get some scratchy, spooky sounds. Ooh. I'll have to be very careful, but here we go. You're not sounding good. You made me sad. Shit. You're shit. Not good. Okay. It sounded like a zipper. Oh my god. Is the other scissors better for this? Where's the other scissors? Maybe the other scissors will sound good. It's better. It's not great. Disappointing sound. Well, I've tried. I haven't done very well. It doesn't have the right spooky sounds. I'll have to get a big knife for tomorrow. I'll do it. I'll oven sharpen my knives if that is what you want. Just for the spooky season. But the scissors did not work. Thank you for the hydrate, Toast. And you see, somebody called for a bedtime, fella? What the heck do you mean by that? What does that mean? Bedtime, fella? But hydrate? Alright. Okay. We're gonna move on to our next random creepypasta. Ooh. So let that load while I bring this to the new thing. Vegetomb. Vegetomb. I'm not sure what that's gonna mean, but it's Vegetomb by Charlotte O'Farrell. Spooky spaghetti. Ha ha ha. Ah, ha ha ha. Too bad. But nice. Nice. Okay. Vegetomb. That's what I've got on my screen right now. It's interesting title. I'm a fella and it's my bedtime. Oh, I see. It's like, what kind of implications are you trying to say, Flannel? Well, okay. Let's get settled. Oh, that's gonna be it. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Tuckabin. Good night. Good night. He's so cute. Don't forget you can give a frog head pats in the command, even though you can't really use the emote right now. I know. But anyway, you can if you just do the little command. Pat. No. Yeah. I think it's so silly that he's got one eye closed. He's like, ah, the weird frog. Trying my darndest to make sure it didn't sound like a sex thing. You didn't try hard enough. Try harder. Oh no, it's never gonna get better. You're all good, Flynn. Oh no. Look at the little spin. Okay, sorry. Stop distracting Raven. She will never read. Okay. Alright, so Vegetomb, whatever in the heck is that gonna be, is also about a 12-minute read. So it's about as long as the last one. Let's see what it is. Oh, no, guy. What? Okay. Yes, alright, here we go. Spoopy. I hate Friday nights. Lately, I just hate them. I rolled a 6 this time. Are we playing D&D? What are we doing? No, this is probably more like a spoopy thing with proper normal people gambling and not just math roleplay games. Okay, I rolled a 6 this time so I can breathe easy for another week. What the heck does that mean? I turn away from the poor sucker still rolling the dice. I can't watch. The only sound in the room is the small crack of the little die on the floor, and sometimes the sobbing. Oh, now I gotta go fight. I specifically said not to have my dice, because they might run away, because I usually roll all 7, but I'll just roll the d6. Hey, I rolled a 6, just like they did. Perfect. Can I breathe easy then, too? Okay, good. Okay. Ugh, boring normal person gambling. To be fair, I get the feeling, based on this is a creepypasta, that it's not quite normal, but it is more normal than us nerdos. Anyway, okay. Small only sound in the room, small crack of the little die on the floor, and sometimes sobbing. It's as if none of us dare to breathe. It's around 12. Only 3 people left in the group, huddled together on the ground, waiting to see if they're this week's sacrifice. Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be normal. We're gathered in a former lobby. In more normal times, we met socially, watched a game, or just hung out with our neighbors. There's a pool table in the middle and a TV mounted on the wall. Go ahead and lurk, Alan, and build a duck. Welcome in. TV mounted on the wall. Yes. There are tables and chairs dotted around. This used to be a cozy place. Now it smells like death and shame. Ooh. Silence. Crack. I try not to turn around, but I can't resist. There's a small, relieved exhale from the guy I used to pass in the communal laundry room. He scrambles to his feet and moves away from the 2 remaining potential sacrifices. The unlucky last 2 are both women. One lives a few doors down from me in apartment 48. She used to have a couple of kids. Neither of them came down to choosing the sacrifice this week, but we all know better than to ask why. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Her eyes are streaked with tears. There's something dead in them now. The other lady is in her 70s. I know her by sight, but not by name. Maybe it's better that way. We used to nod at each other casually in the hallway back when life was normal, when things made sense. I'm sorry, dear, she whispers to the young mother. Don't be. I don't care if I die, croaks the other woman. There's a long pause, and finally the mother leans forward and grabs the die. She throws it. Several of us, 20 or so spectators, lean in. Finally, she's thrown a 4. The tension is almost too much to bear. The old lady leans forward. She clasps the die with shaking hands. It seems to fall in slow motion. It lands on 1. The old woman puts her hands to her mouth and makes a small noise of pain. 2 strong guys have already grabbed her, one under each arm. It's better to do it quickly. It's kinder not to allow them to attempt to escape. Like the hangman of old, we've perfected the process to minimize suffering, but it probably looks like a soulless efficiency to an outsider. She struggles, she screams, she cries about her grandchildren and how they'll miss her. After 12 weeks in this hellhole, we've heard it all before. The old lady is no match for the guys holding her. I notice they don't look her in the eye as they drag her along. What happens when the big guys are the ones that gotta go? Okay. I'm liking this because a lot of our spooky stories on the site that I've managed to grab, they're not creepy as soon as you step in. They're like a slow build and you're like, what kind of scary is this? And there's usually like some sort of random sad to add in to give us some depth before we get to the spooky. And this is like, nope, spooky. I'm like, yeah, this is the right vibe for Spooktober. But okay. They reach the wall. Plants are growing all along it now, from the ground to the ceiling. There isn't a single part of it that isn't covered in vegetation. But these aren't like the plants you'd see in normal times. They're bigger, thicker stems covered in thorns as big as elephant tusks and growing madly over one another. And then there are the suckers. Ooh, large green and red openings covered in spiky teeth-like growths. They look like monstrous Venus flytraps. As the old woman gets closer, the suckers sense her, so they open and close and begin to sway like a predator sizing up its prey. Please, she screams, a final, futile cry. The men throw her into the greenery. One sucker instantly grabs her face, muffling her howls of pain. Perhaps that's a blessing. Another grabs her arm and pulls her in. A third wraps itself hungrily around her neck. The plants hold her fast, like a lion holding down a deer. I try to look away, but I can't. I've watched every one of these horrifying rituals since we got stuck here, and they never stop being compelling in a sick way. The strange slurping noises from the plant as it sucks in its victim. The slow crunch of the bones as the tough as nails stems crush them to powder and ingest them. Hold on. Okay. Soon my former neighbor will be nothing but a thin, gossamer outline on the wall of greenery. Nothing more than a snake skin that has long been shed. But we'll be safe for another few days. The plants have eaten, and until Friday, we're all in the clear. We have 7 more days to work out a plan to get us out of this place. We still like to pretend there's hope, you see. None of us like to admit that the longer this goes on, the less likely we are to be rescued. And the plants don't have any intention of letting us leave. They cover every surface on the outside of the building and have been encroaching inside for weeks now. And then there's some stars. It's a cut. And we jump. 3 months ago, this would have all seemed like a crazy fever dream. These apartments were never anything special. I moved here 3 years ago when I was 28, having broken up with my long-term girlfriend. It was supposed to be a temporary thing, live in the city for a while, close to work, close to friends, and when I met someone new, hopefully I'd get a place with them before long. But the next house move, like the new girlfriend, never materialized. There is a mixture of folks here. Some are lifers, like the woman I just saw devoured by the killer plants. Others are fresh from a breakup or divorce. What do you mean? A few have just graduated from the university, got some soul-sucking entry-level job in the city center, and want somewhere convenient to crash for a few months. There are even a few families, or there were before the plants came. They seem to like kids most of all. Perhaps they're more manageable to digest. At first, none of us minded the weird shoots growing up the side of the building. It gave the old gray shithole some character. So we didn't give it a second thought until the end of the 3rd day when we woke up to the things covering a whole wall. Our little apartment block became a mini tourist attraction that day. I can still see the people outside, smartphones held up, snapping photos. It was fun at first, but they soon got on my nerves with the constant noise. Finally, we made the evening news. I went to bed early that night, having drunk a little too much. It had been a hard week, so I just wanted to rest. Anyway, I didn't get much of a break. I was woken up to the sound of my neighbors shouting at each other. Now, that wasn't exactly unheard of in these apartments, but this argument made me sit up in bed. The voices didn't sound angry or drunk, they sounded scared, and they were coming from all sides. At first I thought it was still dark, but it didn't take long until I realized the truth. Plants blocked out all the windows. Thick, thorny greenery covered every inch. Rubbing my eyes... Oh my gosh, hold on, I'm trying to not, but listen to me. Okay. Thick, thorny greenery covered every inch. Rubbing my eyes, I stumbled into the corridor. Someone had put the light on, so at least we could see, but instead everyone looked equal parts pissed off and terrified. My neighbor, Sally, ran up to me. "Carl," she shouted, holding up her phone, "I can't even get any signal. What the fuck's going on?" She was always dramatic, always shouting about something. Since we had that one-night stand a year ago, she'd been angry at me more than once or twice, but this time it was justified. It was justified for this person to be angry at you? And that 3 sentences was not my favorite sentences. Arguing among ourselves about what must have happened, or if this was just some big dumb prank. A pretty high budget one if it was, I remember thinking. We walked up a couple of stories and banged on every door. Soon there was a gang of us, about 20 people who lived in these apartments, going from room to room. And there was not a single ray of light anywhere. Nobody had any internet access or phone signal, so we were completely cut off, sealed off in a tomb of vegetation. Vegetomb. Oh no. Okay. There was an army veteran who lived above me. I only knew him to say hello to. I didn't even know his name. When I saw him, he usually had sunken eyes and the look of a guy who hadn't slept for a while. I'd wondered if he had some drug issues, but on that morning he looked more alive than I'd ever seen him. He had a job to do at last, a mission. "Wait here," he barked when we got to his door. He disappeared inside for a few moments, then came back with a full-blown machete. I didn't like to dwell on why he had it in the first place. "Let's go to the ground floor," he said. We all followed. What else was there to try? You don't get rehearsals for stuff like this, you know, so we felt like we'd been dropped into some surreal play without a script to guide us. We stopped off at a few more of the apartments and picked up weapons to hack at plant material on the way down. Nobody had anything quite as cool as Army Guy's machete, of course, but we thought it was better to have a few kitchen knives than nothing at all. We reached the lobby area, a band of confused and still slightly sleepy apartment dwellers. I had a Swiss Army knife I'd had since I was a teenager. Most of the tools in it are still unused, but the main blade was blunt from my brief time as a hobbyist carpenter when I was 19. I'd made a pretty neat wooden table back then, but damn it, I regretted the damage to my knife now. You don't have anything bigger than a Swiss Army knife? Oh my gosh, okay. Still, it could have been worse. Some of the people there had nothing. I saw one guy with a butter knife. Does no one own kitchen knives? Like you just said. Anyway, okay. The main doors to the lobby were glass, so we could see the weird plants engulfing our building more clearly than ever there. The roots were thick and gnarly. Some of them had evil-looking flowers at the ends, covered with suckers like they were from an octopus. I'm no botanist, but I knew I'd never seen anything like this before, in real life or anywhere else. I exchanged looks with Army Guy. He seemed bewildered. "Gnarly, dude." Gnarly. Cheese mask. Okay. Has nobody got any signal? I looked around. Everyone checked their phones. Nothing. Maybe go to the roof for that? I don't know. Then I had a slightly retro idea. A landline. There was one behind the security desk on the other side of the lobby. I jogged over to it and tried it. Damn. Just a dial tone. "Did the plants cut the phone lines?" exclaimed a young woman, cradling a baby in her arms. "How is that possible?" "More like they grew through them and snapped them," replied Army Guy. He held up his machete. "Looks like we're doing this the hard way then." How would he know specifically? Anyway. We all stepped back. This was his moment, and honestly, I'd never seen him happier. "Good luck," I muttered to him. He shook his head. "I don't need luck." I'm gonna guess he does, and it doesn't go well. Anybody else? Anybody else feel like that's how this is about to go? He ran towards the glass doors, picking up a fire extinguisher as he went. He threw it into them. You couldn't use the fire extinguisher to... Oh my gosh. Okay. Threw it into them, smashing them into thousands of pieces, the glass doors, I guess, and setting off the building's alarm. Then, without hesitation, he jumped off the wall at the wall of vegetation, machete high above his head, screaming like a man possessed. At the first whack, a green shoot grasped his waist like a rope. It tightened, pulling him towards itself, making him drop the knife. He screamed as it grasped him even tighter, cutting off the blood supply to his hand and eventually snapping the bone. I'll never forget that sound. Oh, somewhere in my brain, yes, my bread. I read wrist, but my brain said waist. It grasped his wrist, not his waist. I was like, how did it... What? Anyway, yes. Broke the wrist. 4 of us ran forward and grabbed him, being careful not to touch the plants. I grabbed him around one leg. Another guy grabbed him by the shoulder. We pulled together, but our strength was nothing compared to the force the other way. I I felt myself dragged across the floor by the impossibly strong greenery, reeling in its prey. The army guy yelled out loud, asking for help from anyone, from God even. It was all in vain. His agonizing screams only stopped when the green stuff pulled him in far enough to smother his mouth. A prickly branch brushed my fingers. It was only then that I let go, falling backward. I watched as the monstrous mass devoured the man bit by bit, relentlessly feeding. The sound was sickening. After watching in horror for what felt like hours, I realized everyone around me was screaming. If only we'd known that was only the beginning. Damn it, sometimes I think if I'd known that it was just the start of this hellish isolation, this garden-covered equivalent of being buried alive, I might have just thrown myself into the killer bushes behind Army Guy. It took about 2 weeks for us all to realize we weren't getting out. The plants had started to infest the inside of the building now, and we could barely keep them at bay. In the first few days, we heard signs of rescue attempts outside. There were sounds that we assumed were loud cutting tools that would blast from morning till night on the one side of the building, die down, splutter, then disappear. Presumably beaten by the sheer hardiness of the plants. Once we heard a helicopter overhead. They sprayed liquid on the building, some sort of industrial-strength weed killer, judging by the smell, which actually seemed to hurt the thing. It didn't grow the next day again, and didn't eat anyone for a couple of days. But they never tried that again, and that was the last time we heard any sign that the outside world remembered we were here. So it worked, and then they just stopped trying? Really? They couldn't? Okay. Suspicious. Anyway. We held out 3 weeks before we started our macabre Friday night offerings. What do you mean by you held out? Was it trying to grab at people otherwise? Okay. We knew by then this thing would never stop eating us, would never stop growing. Someone was going to die. This was the only fair way to decide who. It's a strange thing, seeing hope dying out in a whole group of people. Some lost it within days. We even had a couple of suicides. They knew they weren't getting out, but they didn't want those damn killer plants to eat their corpses if they could help it. One woman set herself alight. Good luck eating charred human overgrown weeds, she'd written in her suicide note. I had to admire such weaponized pettiness. And then there's stars and it breaks it. But I've got 2 notes here. This whole time I've been, not saying it because I'm expecting it to be this, solution. But try frickin' fire on the plants? It sounds like they were using cutting tools and weed killer and knives. Did anybody try fire on the plants? Did anybody try cold on the plants? What I was a little bit upset about with the fire extinguisher, depending on the type of extinguisher. But, come on. You set yourself on fire before the plants? What? What? Okay. Also, they could still get some nutrients from the burning. Anyway. Okay. There's always a weirdly subdued atmosphere on Friday night. We're picking up at another set of stars that broke this story in between. There's always a weird, subdued atmosphere on Friday nights post-sacrifice. It's like the opposite to a real Friday night in the times before we were trapped in this growing, breathing mass grave. I'm sitting in the basement alone. When sitting on fire, the building with smoke and suffocate everyone else inside. I was thinking you try it on one of them. If it's actively alive, it's not going to go up as fast as, dried stuff. You try it on one of them, but, you don't even try it is what I'm curious about. Yeah, that might be a concern, but you don't even try? I'm not saying have a brain? the big fire creator. It's like a gun with fire. That thing, flamethrower. There you go. It's not using that. It's using some matches to see if it does anything to it. You know. And if you couldn't make us enough of a dent to get out, it's plant. Who says it's going to be able to catch up, you know? I don't know. Okay. Also, I would have gone up because closer to the ground is where it is thicker and stronger. But up at the top is where it would theoretically be thinner. But if it's fully grown everywhere, all the way over, might not make much of a difference. Okay, so I'm sitting in the basement alone, smoking a cigarette. You ain't got no fresh air? We just had that note, and he's smoking a cigarette in the basement. Okay. Said what I was thinking the whole time. I was going to make a joke about how it's clearly a grass-type Pokemon, but I was brushing my teeth. Yeah. Because also the other option is ice. They still have power. They have the ability to get a bunch of that. And, like, salt. Gather up everybody's salt and drop it in one spot. Just like the weeding stuff. Like, there's various ways to keep fighting plants. They said that they were slowly holding things back. Gather it all up. Hit it with everything you can in different windows. Like all the salt here near the grass. All the ice here. All the fire there. Stuck inside the building? Yes, they are. They are stuck inside. But yeah, okay. I would be trying things. Not just blades. And then outside. Why did the people outside stop after what was clearly effective? Like, I don't understand. But probably we'll get told. Okay. Now, smoking in the basement. Here we go. Pissing on plants. You know. Like, think of all the ways. Anyway, okay. Smoking a cigarette in the basement. I didn't smoke before all this started, and I hate to admit, I took it up to deal with the stress. Army guy had quite a stash in his apartment. Unfortunately, it's running low now, so here's a tip from me. Don't start smoking at a time when you're trapped somewhere with a limited supply. Scratch that. Just don't start smoking at all. It hasn't helped. Well, maybe if you put your cigarettes out in the plant. Okay, fine. I want to be alone, but I don't want to go back to my apartment just yet. I don't want to see the visions of the latest dead people's faces rushing through my head, staring at a long, silent TV screen and longing for normality, for life, for space to breathe. We're running out of food, you know. Okay. Sally's voice startles me. I spin around to face her. She takes a little look around the dingy basement and turns on a flashlight. Oh, wait a minute. We lost electricity about 3 weeks into this nightmare, but they had 3 weeks that they had it. Okay. Seriously? Already? Yeah. I would have guessed sooner. Just saying, I would have guessed sooner. She comes and sits beside me. She's a shadow of the person I knew before. Hair messy, eyes always wet with tears. I probably look just as much of a mess. She takes the cigarette off me and takes a drag before passing it back. Did Sally smoke before all this? I don't remember. Carl, there's not even a week's food left. A week is probably pushing it, to be honest. And you're not talking about this sooner? Jesus, these people definitely don't know how to survive. I exhale strongly. I can't think of the words for a few seconds. I don't have the strength to cry or anything like that. I would suggest resorting to cannibalism, I joked weakly, but the plants have a corner on the market. We're their stock. Sally bows her head. If we're going to make one final attempt at escape, she says, tonight is the time. Her words hit me like a ton of bricks. Weird, really. I'd been facing almost certain death for weeks now, so you'd think I'd get used to the idea. But it turns out we can never really get used to the thought of our bodies being slowly ingested by monster weeds, by the image of overgrown Venus flytraps sucking out our nutrients from our skins while we're still alive. And we will die. Of that I have no doubt. If our other million escape attempts didn't work, neither will this one. Okay, so that gives them some... Maybe they have tried some of those things, but anyway. We've got nothing to lose, right? She says as if reading my thoughts. So I figure we just burn the fuckers. Burn them down. If we get out, we get out. Confirming that they did not try burning. What? I just tried to give you... Oh my gosh. Okay, it's a sign of how hard the last few weeks have hit me that I don't argue. In fact, I feel elated. No more living this strange half-life, locked in, waiting to be some mutant plant's next meal. In half an hour, I'll either be free or dead. That's how... Oh my gosh, fine. We gather everyone together, tell them the plan. Some people cry. Most seem relieved we finally have some end date. As we gather up all the lighters, I swear the plants seem nervous. They're moving differently, like they sense something. Their leaves are bristling as if there's wind outside. Maybe there is. We haven't been able to tell what the weather's doing for weeks. We make our way down to the lobby again, the place where the plants claim their first victim. Sally takes my hand, and damn it, it feels good. Maybe being close to death makes affection seem even better. It's just trauma bonding, dumbass. Anyway, okay. Someone hands me a bottle full of alcohol. They've stuffed a bit of wet cloth in the top. Yeah, Molotov cocktail, that bitch. Okay. I'm not sure they've ever seen a Molotov cocktail except in films before, but I assume it'll work. I take out my lighter. I've had this refillable one for years. I press it between my fingers for a few moments, then light it up. The cloth explodes in flames, then just before they touch my fingers, I hurl it right into the middle of that writhing mass of greenery. I swear the thing screams, its tendrils flap everywhere, thrown into confusion. We run towards the small opening that's burned into the plants, shouting like a suicidal army, proving that they should have freaking tried this. Okay, fine. And I would have hit it with a few. Like, okay, it worked. Send them all in so that the hole gets real big. Run through the smoke. Just get through it. But oh, okay. They really don't know how to plan, these people. Okay. Flaming offshoots fly toward us. One grabs a young man by the neck and drags him into the flames. One whips by our legs, nearly tripping us. I jump in just in time. Sally's hand slips from mine as we near the wall of green. I hold up my arms to shield my face and throw myself into it with all my might. I feel the lick of flames against my coat. I keep pushing forwards. Hesitation is instant death. Just as I'm sure I'm trapped, I feel the most glorious sensation ever. Fresh air. It's like jumping into a swimming pool on a boiling day, only better. I push again, and the burning plants flail weakly at me as I escape, spluttering. I collapse to the street outside, breathing in great gasps of air. Sally arrives beside me, shaking with horror, and falls face first into the street. 3 other survivors push through behind us. The sounds of the remaining victims being crunched into plant goo fills the air. It's mid-morning, and I look out over the city. One thing I always loved about this place was the view. I expect to see rescue helicopters, doctors, and the press. Anyone. Instead, I see a city completely overtaken with mutant plant growth. The entire city is trapped under an impressive blanket of green. There's no sign of any human life anymore. There's silence. I climb shakily to my feet. Sally tried to shout my name through coughs, but it caught in her throat, damaged by all the smoke. I ignore her, and I step back towards the plants that have eaten most of the people who lived in these apartments. I don't have the energy to fight, and life under this green hellhole doesn't appeal to me. After seeing what we're up against, I no longer have the strength to resist these demonic plants. I reach out my hand. An offshoot strokes it as if enjoying the taste at last. Plants need to eat. The end. Yep. Oh no. And that's why they didn't try again. No one used fire. Yeah, they are all dumbasses. So the plants grew suddenly and very fast. As soon as there was a bunch of attention on it, they should have already been ready to take that stuff down. And you should have started with fire. Just saying. But this is mutant plant. This is kind of intense. This one spot seems to be like the only one. Like, this is the joke of that the Springfield, the Simpsons movie is based on. Where, like, well, that seems to be a severe natural disaster that is growing out of hand. We're gonna have to isolate that and remove it. What is the only option? Something not good. It really is time to drop it. Like, you would think that they would do something. And then it took them 3 weeks to get around to things. And then months before they get the fucking fire. There could have been other survivors out there. Yeah, it could have been just the city. And, like, all you had to do was go a little bit further. Like, they did have fresh air access. And, like, plants were all over. But maybe if you got a mile away, you were fine. And, like, their building plant didn't seem to need to eat too consistently. They probably could have managed to get, like, he just did not try. And I guess that's fair. If you really don't, you really don't. But, like, oh my gosh. I feel bad for all of the guy that got yanked at the end. No, I feel bad for all of the guys. All of the people that were sacrificed before they fucking tried fire or ice or salt or, like, they said all of our escape attempts. You didn't ever fucking try fire. How? I'm gonna scroll back to how long it took for the like helicopters, if I can find that. 2 weeks to realize we weren't getting out. In the first few days, we heard signs of rescue attempts. There were sounds that assumed like loud cutting tubes. So I think it would have been the first couple of weeks that they were trying things. Peak writing? Oh, clearly. No, I mean, like, interesting thoughts, but I honestly, I feel like I should be rating this very poorly, because I'm sorry, that's just a blatant giant plot hole. These people didn't know how to do things. They wrote the woman that he was obviously supposed to be, like, with very weirdly to me. And, like, the last 2 in the vote were women, and 2 strong dudes carried the one away. And, like, I'm just like, I feel uncomfortable with moments in this story. I wanna rate it poorly right now, but they obviously don't get all that many rates, and I don't want to be mean, but it's like, yeah, why did you write this? Sooner burn the whole building down before being bested by a stupid flower. Yeah, mutant, alien or not, like, you try the things to survive. And I'm sorry, but, like, humans do not just immediately bow down to organize. They would not just be like, I guess we're gonna do this sacrifice gambling. That's what we're gonna. No! Motherfuckers would be lighting things on fire all the time. And they'd be saying, hey, that worked. Maybe we need to hit it better. We can do bigger with fire. And then somebody would be able to say, hey, just so you know, if we're going to jump into this, we should probably be prepared for the smoke. Step 1, take a handkerchief or something that we can wrap around our face, get it wet. Step 2, put it on front of your face, not dripping wet, but, you know, like a little moist. That way it catches the smoke, even if it's not wet. Just there. That's helpful. Just so you know, that's something that you can use. It's not reliable. It's just something that you can make it a little less bad for your smoke inhalation. Cannot be dripping just like it's left damp. But, yeah. And then you go for it. You hit it hard. Only one Molotov cocktail? Like, if you've got a few, go for it. But this is also why you gotta really try to start. You gotta organize yourself. If there's theoretically organized enough to do this gambling thing, which is already, like, we've seen things, people would just fucking go for it, you know? So if it's not, no. No. And why the hell did you talk about that girl that way? It just felt icky. Oh my gosh. But anyway, hi Forest Cabin Reads. This has just been a weird story that we read. Vegetomb on Creepypasta. And you don't even have to use fire. They probably could have, like, collected fire extinguishers and looked into what they were. Well, they still had power and stuff. And now it's clear, when they lost power after a few weeks, that was the rest of the world being taken over by the plants as well. But, like, come on. They had plenty of time to plan after the initial Molotov, too. Yeah, they didn't have to go right then. They hit it, and then they're like, okay, we can back up and go. Especially if you're going to do throw-in things. You can try your test. Of course, there was the limb that came reaching out, you know, preparing yourselves like that. That's good. But yeah. Hi, Rice Candy. Just disorganized. I feel bad, but yeah, I want to freaking vote it very low. I don't know how to vote on here. I haven't done that yet. I don't want to be mean, but, like, guy. No. Oh, there it is. Now I can do it. I think I will give it 4 stars. You do not get 10 out of 10. Are you kidding me? Giant gaping plot holes. Weird writing women moments. Get out of here. Yeah, take that. 10 out of 10 from 3 votes. Who are those people? Douse the whole thing in gasoline or some other flammable liquid, then set it off. Something, you know? Something. Okay. But let's go to our next random story if it'll load. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think it will. Quick. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. This one is a different thing. Throw bleach at the thing. Who are you people? I'm sorry, but, like, come on. Why? I've already skipped on to the next story, though, because, like, let's move on. Just a couple of ideas. Throw bleach, call it nasty names, piss on it, came from Flinto as well. Like, there are ways. There are ways. Fire, ice, all of this stuff. Oh, nice 20, Adon. Okay, oh, I have to run an ad. I'm gonna run a 1-minute ad, folks. Just a real quick. I'm sorry. But here comes an ad. 1 minute. Boop. Here it comes. It's going. It's trying to. There it is. I'm at Pittsburgh. And with that many people, you can make a lot of that stuff. Well, yeah. And if anybody had pets, especially them, kind of hard to gather your pets when they're stressed and stuff, but I mean, like, we could try. It's just real, though. And when it's for survival, I feel like that's relevant. And if they lost power, when and how did they lose water is what I'm wondering, too. I don't know. Theoretically, they didn't. So something would have come about that. But yeah, no. Oh, pretty sure you could boil it down for the ammonia. Mix it with bleach to make chlorine gases. Well, that is excessive. I probably would have done something like throw the pee and then a different side of the building, throw the bleach. You know, like I would be doing things in sections, big sections that are big enough that, you know, we can get through and there's room for the weeds to be coming after us. Seems like a poor idea in an enclosed building. Yeah, you put it on 2 different sections. You don't make a gas, because they already don't have fresh air getting in. But you do something like that. You go about it with a plan, but you try things. They're like all our escape attempts, and no one's tried fire? Or did they like kind of try and then not try a Molotov cocktail? Or like, how did they not make more of a plan? Tip it out a window, not in the building. Well, the thing is, to get out the window, they'd have to break the glass and open that up to the plants again. But yeah, do it. Do that. Ugh. Now I'm just picturing the rescue team all pissing out plants on the outside. Well, I think in that case they probably would collect it and then dump it in like the rescue team who weren't as trapped. But I guess that's how they stopped trying. They did that weed killer, and then probably that's about the time that the rest of the plants started growing in revenge. But like that worked. Hit it more. I don't know exactly how that went about. But still, try it. We should have been really going after it and going at it hard the second it was growing too much, really. Like invasive species, even. Like before we know that it's deadly. Kill that shit. That's not supposed to be happening. Don't let that happen. Stop that right there. No. Illegal. But okay. Our next story, as I shuffle around, find a new seat. Okay. We are doing Spooktober. And the spookiest thing of all, when we haven't even done Spooktober, is hearing the spookiest sounds in department stores. It's her. She's here. If you don't know what I mean, I'll go ahead and say it. Christmas, before even Halloween has gone about. It's so spooky. It's evil. It's evil. Our next story is called The Elf on the Shelf. So it's gonna be spooky. She's already defrosting. Oh no! No! But yeah, we're doing the next story, and it's a very creepy elf on the shelf moment. You hate Christmas. I just hate when the holidays come too fast. Like, you haven't even let the one happen and you're already just charging in. And like, there's 2 different times where Thanksgiving happens on this continent, so you know, there's also those 2, and it feels funny because I understand them as having 2 significantly different dates, and so they'll be kind of tricky too. But brain? Yes, brain. Sorry, my brain broke. The one in November in the States is always kind of the transition, but I always still, even then, I'm like, give Thanksgiving its breath. Let Thanksgiving have a moment before you charge in here with Christmas. Please, can we just have that? Now, the holiday itself is very, you know, all the history of it that people say is gross. I think that the meaning that we have put on it, the like, being thankful for what you have, sharing food with your family, having a warm thing, like that, I'm on board with, but the rest of the thing, icky. No, get it out. But yeah, just wait for Christmas, you know. I'll read Flino's plant story first, and then I bet if you were super desperate, you could eat the plant too, if you had a long enough cutting implement to gather some. Yeah. Well, the plant met that machete and said, "Oh, fuck you." So it's gonna be hard to cut it. the throwable implements or something with a long lead, like, imagine a long string to set off an explosion. I think those are the best. I think fire or maybe ice, because you could do depending on the type of fire extinguisher, something that makes it cold could be very helpful. But yeah, sure it could be poisonous, but it's worth a shot and probably wouldn't need to be if it's that ferocious. Yeah, true. It probably wouldn't be poisonous if it does that. But oh, yeah. There it is! Thank you for that, Lahonk. I think I want to jump in on Elf on the Shelf, but I'll sing that. Oh, no, wait, but you're not going to stick around if I leave. Ugh. Machete on a stick. Yeah, machete on a stick. That's the only way to work it. Okay. And Mask said, I hate Christmas. People will literally celebrate Christmas for like 2 whole months every year. That's just too much Christmas for me. That's the only reason I hate it. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel. Like, even Spooktober, some people start getting spooky a little long. And it's kind of funny because, like, the general spooky is kind of all of fall. So I'll give you that much. The kind of aesthetic fits. But specifically going spooky, let's keep it to max a month-ish, as well. Let us do the other things. There's plenty of other stuff going on. To be fair, I wanted to have little trinkets and decorations up for myself in here, and I have not done that. But I put this together. I made sure that I got my spooky stuff. I didn't do much work, but I got my spookier stuff lined up and planned at least. Okay. Alright, Lahonk. Should I read this now? I guess so. Because we're not gonna have you actually stick around. You're never actually here. Even a whole month is too long to celebrate something for me. Yeah. Yeah. And, anything that's celebrated that long means that whoever's, like, anniversaries, birthdays, other important dates that are within it get tainted by that. And, like, you kind of get used to it probably, but it's probably not very fun. Like, you hear about all the people with December and especially late December birthdays getting just knocked out because of Christmas. Poor buddies. Okay. Yes. Hi, Annie. I'll go ahead and do the goose song. Hi, Annie. You cute. You're cute. I lurked and didn't say anything at your stream last night because it was chaos, but yeah. You have an early December birthday? Well, it's better than late, probably, but it's probably still not very good. Probably still very tainted by the defrosted one. Okay, I gotta read the song if Lahonk has not left. Can I get a confirmation, Lahonk? Give me a honk honk if you're still here. Maybe. Better than late? Yeah. I'm gonna hydrate. What? Honk? Okay, good. Yeah. I like the minor the minor key version of it. There was somebody that, like, I liked spinning it, but even that, of course, too much is too much. Alright, let's hear this song. I don't think you've heard this song too much. We've only done it a little, unless you chose to watch the clip a bunch, but there was a big scary goose. Now you're supposed to say back. There was a big scary goose. Oh, come on. Okay, well, I'll try again. There was a big scary goose. There was a big scary goose. Who went cack and went loose. Who went cack and went loose. There was a big scary goose. There was a big scary goose. Who went cack and went loose. Who went cack and went loose. The goose liked to go bonk. The goose liked to go bonk. And his name was a honk. And his name was a honk. The goose liked to go bonk. The goose liked to go bonk. And his name was a honk. And his name was a honk. That's the part 1 of the goose song. And we have not made any more parts of the goose song. But there you go. The dances. The dances. Oh, I'm glad you guys enjoy. You're welcome, Nahonk. You hadn't quite written it correctly, but you got it close enough that I knew how it's supposed to go, because I know this song. What I really need is, there was a big scary goose who went cack and went loose. And then it repeats and repeats. The goose liked to go bonk, and his name was the honk. It's just a bunch of repetition. Again. Oh my gosh. Pay me the points, and I will maybe. I'll keep it up just in case. You gotta copy paste. Maybe I should actually write this down. I have it somewhere. I don't know where I'd put it. Where would I put it right now? Oh my gosh. I'll have to pen it. You guys can figure it out. I don't know. I don't want to think. I want to read my spooky stories. I want to spook it up. I'll give you the red. Clicked as redeemed. Done. Please. Oh, there you go. Please. Fine. Okay, I'll scroll back. There was a big scary goose. There was a big scary goose who went cack and went loose. Who went cack and went loose. There was a big scary goose. There was a big scary goose who went cack and went loose. Who went cack and went loose. The goose liked to go bonk. The goose liked to go bonk. And his name was the honk. And his name was the honk. The goose liked to go bonk. And the goose liked to go bonk. And his name was the honk. And his name was the honk. They go. Da-da. And his name is the honk. Yay! I hope when you're there, you're singing along at the parts that's supposed to be you, because it's supposed to be call and response, but I have to sing it to myself. So, if you didn't know, it goes da 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 da, and then you go da 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 da, and then I say the next one da 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 da, and you say da 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 da, and I go da 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 da, which was the first one. And you go da 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 da, and I say da 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 da. Ta-da! That's how it goes, roughly. Oh, chaos in another world. Ooh, I will redeem that kalimba, my lovely mask, in a minute. The honk goes cack, the cow goes moo, the cat goes meow, the honk goes cack. Yes. Smile. Sniffs from the honk. Will you stick around for your sniffs? You gotta stick around if you redeem it, or you gotta just be prepared to not have it. We're gonna read this next story. That's 11 minutes. If you keep my window up so you can see whether I'm there or not, when I bring down the elf on the shelf, that's when I'll start my triggers, okay? The elf on the shelf. Da-da-da-da. Written by the Vespers Bell. So basically, yeah, once you see the elf on the shelf go away, then I'm going to be starting kalimba. It'll say current trigger kalimba, and then it'll say current trigger sniffs will be up right after. So now you know at least a little bit. This is part of why I have my things on the screen, so that you're like, oh no, Raven's starting my command. My redeem, I gotta run. I gotta go watch. Because I'm not gonna get mad that you check out other streams at all, but like, if you redeem it, you gotta be here for it. This is why we have the little thingies. Yes, I know I fail at the thingies, but that's also why you gotta tell me when I mistype a thingy. Give me thy sniffs. I will. After this. After a few words from our sponsors. No. After this creepy story. Okay. Smell the goose? Okay. There you go. You got one big sniff. Alright. Elf on the Shelf. It's gonna be about 11 minutes. Brace yourselves. Growing up, or at least since the mid-2000s, my house always had an elf on the shelf during the Christmas season. And I can tell you really are that age because unlike a lot of the other stories, there's not a double space after a period. In the last few stories that I thought were like, why that sentence doesn't make sense. Oh, what is that? It's very clearly like an older person without an editor or with minimal editing. because it still has the double space after a period, which is an old thing that used to do, that they trained you to do even in computers, just because like typewriters needed it. It's like it's just a little way to spot older person. Hee 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 hee. Anyway, sorry. Just a random distraction. Sorry. I'm getting distracted myself. I gotta ignore it. But it looks like juicy tea. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyway. Alright. Growing up, or at least since the mid-2000s, my house always had Elf on the Shelf during the Christmas season. If you don't know, elves on the shelf, you missed a spot to say elves on the shelves, but okay, are these little elf dolls that are supposed to be scouts for Santa Claus. I named mine Humble. I like to think I was trying to name him Humboldt, but got the words confused, though I've long forgotten why I wanted to name him Humboldt in the first place. Anyway, starting every Thanksgiving, my parents would stick Humble somewhere he could practice his domestic espionage. Based on Thanksgiving being right, I'm assuming that this is an American as well. I just told you guys about the difference between the Thanksgivings, so yeah. The Canadian Thanksgiving is actually pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. So yeah. Anyway, okay. I was trying to name him Humble. Thanksgiving, parents would stick Humble somewhere he could practice his domestic espionage, and at night he would head back to the North Pole to snitch on me to Santa. Oh, he always flew back before dawn, always hiding someplace new, and each morning was like a miniature Easter egg hunt to find him. Of course, it was my parents who moved the damn thing every night. I guess I have some mixed feelings about the tradition. Oh, you ruined it. Anyway. On the one hand, it was fun and magical, but on the other, it's a pretty aggressive expansion on the practice of using Santa to keep your kids in line. I think it's too much work on the parents, honestly. Like, you've now made it a whole thing where they have to be doing so much to keep it active, and like one kid does it and other kids are like, well, why don't we have one? And maybe you'd be able to say, well, that's because Santa knows you're not so evil, but you gotta keep it up. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just a lot of work to put on them, and could also make kids think that you just gotta be good for that month or so, which is counterintuitive. We want to make the kids be good all the time, not just leading up to the anyway. Okay. I've also heard people say it normalizes government and corporate surveillance. But in the age of Alexa and Google, that's a bit of a moot point. I was going to say that's... I don't know if it normalizes that. I mean, Santa in the first place does that. What? Okay, fine. Whatever. Okay. But I think the weirdest thing about Elf on the Shelf is how I was never allowed to touch the doll. I could talk to him, tell him what I wanted Santa to bring me for Christmas and all that, but touching him might drain him of his magic and keep him from returning to the North Pole where he belonged. Here's the actual line from the storybook that comes with a doll. There's only one rule that you have to follow, so I will come back and be here tomorrow. Please do not touch me, my magic might go, and Santa won't hear all I've seen or I know. That sounds like exactly the reason they would move him, but anyway. Obviously, the taboo against touching the doll makes it harder for a kid to conceive that it's actually their parents moving it around, or worse, testing that hypothesis, which to me really feels exceptionally manipulative. That might be because I never actually touched Humble, even years after I stopped believing in Santa. I have 2 younger siblings, so I guess I could rationalize it as not touching him for their sake, but part of me just could not overcome the taboo about not touching the doll that my mother had instilled in me. Treat others how you want to be treated is better than be good so you get rewarded. Yeah, but sometimes that's a hard lesson for small children to learn. That's actually why it started. It was like way back when the kids were still so small. That's what you tell them just at the little beginning. Be good to get treat. You want treat? Then take this, It's a little bit more conceivable when your brain hasn't built it. Yeah, I hate kids. Fair, I guess. Enough. Mask. Okay. I'm 18 now and in college, living in an off-campus apartment. I went home for Thanksgiving, of course, and sure enough, Humble was there on the mantelpiece. My sister, Jenna, loves the little creeper full-heartedly, believing he's magic and works for Santa Claus. How old is Jenna? Anyway, I feel a little guilty buying her the storybook. Her buying the story hook, line, and sinker, but decided it was none of my business. Oh my god, Mask, violent. When I got up Sunday morning, the day I was supposed to head back to my apartment, my mother asked me as covertly as she could if I knew where Humble was. He was missing, and no one in my house seemed to know where he went or would be likely to play such a cruel trick on our youngest member. When he couldn't be found, my mom took Jenna aside and tried to explain that Humble must have been stayed at Santa's workshop. Oh, must have been storm stayed, like the storm interrupted it. I've never heard that verbiage, but okay. To everyone's surprise, Jenna was delighted at the news. She said that she told Humble that she worried about me living away from home and asked if he could spend some time at my apartment to make sure I was safe. And that's where he must be. My mother eagerly went along with this since it gave her time to find a replacement doll and told me to call as soon as I got to my apartment to confirm that Humble was safe and sound. Oink oink. It actually says oink oink in italics and in stars. I promised to call the second I got back, and after saying my farewells, I embarked on the hours-long drive back to my apartment. That elf is so in this kid's apartment. Just undeniably. Okay. I looked away. Okay. I managed to get back before dark, which of course comes obscenely early this time of year, and as I awkwardly tried to make my way through the door with all my travel bags at once, I caught a glimpse of something bright red standing out against the off-white of my kitchenette. It was Humble, sitting atop my Keurig with his legs crossed and his hands in his lap. I knew it was Humble because my mother had put a bell on a Lindt chocolate bunny around his waist like a belt and stuck a miniature candy cane inside it. Okay, so we have a personalized little elf on the shelf, and this is confirmed this is our dude. Creepy. The normally upsetting situation of someone breaking into my apartment was tempered by the fact that it had obviously been a member of my family, but who and why? And how did they get there before you? Instead of calling them like I promised, I took a picture and texted it to my mom with the message, "Did you do this?" Moments later, the following conversation ensued. "Sweetie, why?" Just the letter Y. This is so a mom texting. It's so cute. I love this. I love this attention to detail. "Sweetie, why would you steal Humble? You know how much your sister loves him." "Mom, I swear I didn't steal him. I just found him here when I got home. If you didn't do this, check to make sure you still have my spare key because I know I locked up before I left." "Kate, I just checked. It's right where it should be." "I asked your father, and he doesn't know anything either. He's looking over the security camera footage to make sure we weren't broken into." "Sweetie, I swear we didn't do this. Maybe you should come back home or stay in a hotel until we figure this out." "Good move, Mom. Yes, ask kid to come home." At this point, I've searched my entire apartment for any sign of forced entry, a hidden intruder, something missing or damaged, and found absolutely nothing. The only thing out of place is Humble, and it makes no goddamn sense. The most likely explanation was that someone in my family was messing with me, but I couldn't think of anyone who would do this to me and Jenna, let alone have been able to have stolen Humble, drive to my apartment, place it, and then drive back undetected. The only other rational explanation was that I had a very stealthy, very skilled stalker who'd chosen an oddly specific way to mess with me. Only reasonable thing, honestly, yeah. Of course, there was an obvious irrational explanation for where Humble came from, but I shut that line of thought, shut down that line of thought immediately. It's just a damn doll. I really didn't want to drive anymore, and I decided I couldn't miss class the next day or waste money on a hotel. So I asked my boyfriend to spend the night, who was more than happy to oblige. That still left the issue of what to do with Humble. Obviously, I should have just mailed him back home, but that would have required that I move him, and we're not allowed to touch Humble, remember? That had to be why they did it. They knew I was still afraid to touch Humble, and they were teasing me. That had to be it. However they did it, that had to be it. This was good, though, I thought. My unwillingness to touch Humble was childish, and I was all grown up now. I needed to move past it. The doll was sitting right there on my coffee machine. All I had to do was grab him, put him in a box, and ship him out. My little sister gets her doll back, and I become just a little bit more mature. There was no rational reason not to do it. I honestly can't tell you how long I stood there. I just stood there staring at Humble, trying to muster up the courage to pick him up. It was ridiculous, but I just couldn't do it. My mother had ingrained that taboo into me too damn well, and touching Humble would be like crushing a fairy. "Hey, Humble," I started mumbling. "I know my sister asked you to keep an eye on me, and I know you're just trying to make her happy, but you're supposed to be watching her to report back to Santa, remember? I know you used to watch me, but I'm a grown-up now. I don't even get presents from Santa anymore. You don't need to watch me, and I'd hate for your report on Jenna to be inaccurate because you're here and not there, so please, after you report back to the North Pole tonight, go back to Jenna and let her know I'm doing okay." I opened the cupboard and pulled out a pack of blueberry turnovers, placing one beside Humble. "That's for Santa. I know it's probably not his favorite kind of cookie, but it's all I have right now. Merry Christmas, Humble." I like that we're doing this silly thing. I like it so much better. Oh, this... And this story was given a 9.77. Like, clearly someone voted less good for it. And I'm like, why is this one not getting a grade? This is silly and adorable. I love this. While still being spooky. This is great. Anyway, okay. I don't know why I said those things. I don't know why I gave him the cookie. I didn't actually believe he was one of Santa's elves. At least, I don't think I did. My boyfriend, Sean, arrived shortly after that. If he noticed Humble, he didn't mention it. He's a pretty typical college-age guy and was so eager to get to our bedroom activities, and I was eager for anything to get my mind off Humble, so we got straight to it. You're gonna end up on the naughty list. Oh, right. Oh, I forgot to write this down. Vegetomb. I just saw my little thing where I write all my stories, so I'm doing that right now. On the shelf. Because I would have forgotten. Okay. Yes, they got up to stuff. Ooh. Okay. I decided that if I still couldn't find the will to box up Humble in the morning, I'd just asked Sean to do it for me. Little miss up there. It's fine. I woke up the next morning in a considerably better mood, courtesy of the previous night's afterglow. Sean was still sound asleep beside me, per usual, and then I remembered Humble, and that I would have to move him to make my coffee. I thought about waking Sean up for it, but told myself I was being ridiculous and to just do it myself. But when I opened my bedroom door and looked into my kitchenette, the Humble was gone, and so was the cookie! My first thought was that Sean must have moved him at some point, but the only time he ever got out of bed was to use the washroom, which was adjacent to the bedroom and didn't attach to the living area. He had proven himself time and time again to be completely incapable of getting out of bed without waking me up, so... That's kind of great. So there was no way he went out there while I was sleeping. Even if he had, he never would have cleaned up the cookie. I love the shade of him, and it's just so realistic. I'm loving this. Okay. He might have eaten it, but then would have gone for more and left the package out. I know I'm not making him sound great here, but he's mostly a drinking/bang buddy, and I'm not planning on us being a long-term thing. Also, it's just college time, you know? It's just... think we can give you a pass that he's just immature and that's just the way that people be. It's okay. That's so silly. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. I immediately started searching for Humble, trying to find where in my tiny apartment he possibly could have gone, when I heard a notification from my phone, specifically the one I had set for texts from my sister. A sudden dread swept over me, a fear of something that should have been impossible somehow becoming the only conceivable explanation. I picked up my phone, swiped it open, and when I clicked on messages, I saw a photo of Humble sitting on my sister's bed with the accompanying text. Humble's back. He wants me to tell you that Santa says thanks for the blueberry cookie. Chocolate chips his favorite, but it was still yummy. I was in shock. After that, I didn't know what to think. How could someone have stolen the doll, brought it here, snuck it out again, and then brought it home without leaving any sort of evidence? And why? I got another text from my mom later, who seemed content to write the whole thing off as me and my sister playing a trick on her as payback for everything she ever made us believe about the doll. I insisted we weren't, but soon gave up. I couldn't blame my mom for thinking that. It's what I would have thought if I was in her position. I wish I had been in her position instead of trying to figure out if I was being stalked, haunted by a possessed doll, or just going insane. I was able to rule out the first option fairly quickly. I set up my phone to record the living room during the night. Nobody came in the front door, and there wasn't the slightest sound of anyone coming in through any windows. And yet, come morning, there was Humble, cozied up in the camera's blind spot. There was no way anyone could have put him there. I still couldn't move him, though, and I was through talking to him. This time, Sean did ask about the doll, but all I told him was, "It's my sister's, don't touch it," and he shrugged it off. I set up my phone to record Humble that night, but it automatically restarted for updates. Darn. And Humble escaped back to my sister unseen. It's been going on like this for weeks now, Humble going back and forth between me and my sister. I've had Sean over every night, but I didn't tell him why, though. Just that I was stressed with exams and the holidays, and that I needed the dopamine boost, and that I wanted as much time together as possible before the Christmas break split us up. He didn't complain. He probably wouldn't. I don't know what I thought he was protecting me from. Humble was just a doll, and he had never shown any signs that he meant me any harm. He was just a scout elf doing his job. It's funny that the phenomenon that was causing me so much terror was delighting my sister, and would have delighted me when I was younger. To Jenna, a toy moving on its own was all part of the holiday magic. To me, it was an omen that the world did not operate the way I thought it did, and forced me to question my very sanity. And all this time, this poor friend is writing exams. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yesterday, Friday the 20th, was the last day of classes. Humble was with my sister, and my boyfriend caught an overnight Greyhound to his family, so it was the first night in nearly 3 weeks that I was on my own. My plan was to drive back to my family on Saturday, since I didn't want to drive that far in the dark. This would, of course, mean I'd be left alone with Humble when he returned in the morning, which I coped with through my normal weekly ritual of excessive underage drinking. Because we know 18 and in college. It's just, yeah, okay. And in the US, I mean. Okay. I woke up this morning like I do most Saturdays, with a mild to moderate hangover and only a vague recollection of the previous night. I reached over to try nudge my boyfriend to get me some coffee, only to remember he wasn't there. I groaned and forced myself out of bed, stumbled out into the living area, and just as I had expected, I'm greeted by Humble. Except today, he's leaned up against the front door. I can't leave the apartment, not without moving him. I was trapped. I completely broke down then, dropping down to my knees and sobbing, demanding to know why he was tormenting me like this. I hadn't done anything other than grow up. Maybe he didn't like that you were being naughty, and he learned that the first time Jenna sent you over, but I don't know. That's when I realized that since I was crying and screaming at a doll, maybe I wasn't as grown up as I thought. I thought that taking on 5 figures in student loans, getting shit-faced at least once a week, and settling for a practical boyfriend had all meant I was an adult, but I guess I was wrong. It means you are a bibit adult, I think. It's the first step. It's okay. Okay. Humble was supposed to get his power from the love of the child who owned him, and that was supposed to be me. I guess that by never overcoming my reluctance to move him, I never really broke that bond, and he was legitimately split between me and Jenna. That really was it then, wasn't it? All I had to do was shove him aside. I could even just ask someone to come over, and when they came in, Humble would just be pushed out of the way. Even when that felt wrong somehow. But even that felt wrong somehow. As harrowing as this entire experience had been, there was still some part of me that was I'm just stumbling. There was some part of me that was enchanted by the magic of it all, a part of me that most people lost a long time ago, and it was a part of that I still wasn't ready to give up. And what about Jenna? My sweet little sister who loves her elf doll and still wanted to share him with me so that she'd know I'd be safe on my own. I couldn't take away her experiencing actual Christmas magic, could I? I took another photo of Humble and texted it to Jenna, explaining that he had trapped me inside and I wouldn't be coming home until tomorrow. She understood completely. She would never dare to move Humble either. Of course, a few minutes later I got a call from my mom, and she was livid. She thought I was just too hungover to come home, ranting about how this was going to throw off the holiday plans, and what an irresponsible drunk I was turning into. Considering that I'm presently coping with the whole incident by dipping into a bottle of cherry schnapps I got as an early Christmas gift, I can't say she's wrong. I'm still in my apartment right now. Humble hasn't moved, and of course I can't force myself to move him. I'm not mad at him. I don't think he's doing this to hurt me. I think he just honestly believes I'm still one of his kids, and he's doing his job the best he can. Today's been rough, but tomorrow will be better. He'll head back to my sister, I'm sure. Why wouldn't he? That's what he's been doing for the past 3 weeks. He'll be out of my way, and I'll be able to leave and head back home. My mom will have calmed down and just be happy to have me home, and everything will be perfect. Though she'll probably try to talk me into doing dry January with her. All that matters is that with me and my sister under the same roof, Humble will stay put until Christmas Eve, and then this nightmare before Christmas will all be over, at least until next year. Maybe by then I'll be a little more grown up. The end. I will say I love it. I was waiting for this to be more spooky. Like, eventually it was gonna get scary. Like, there was gonna be something that little guy actively tried to do to hurt her, and I guess the locking her into her apartment was something, but then she's like, oh, I guess I'm trapped. Like, so she's okay with it. But, like, yeah, I was expecting it to turn into, and then the elf did something creepy. So, but I like it. That was a good one. Alright. Let's move this around. We're moving on to big yawn. Sorry. There we go. Let's pull that out. I feel it would be appropriate based on that, but it would also break people's hearts. So I'm gonna do this anyway. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, yeah. Where in the heck is a 0? There is no 0. You're fine, Raven. Oh no, wrong one. Wrong row. Aha! Again, the 0. Is there supposed to be a 0 here? Oh, I skipped. Oh my gosh, I'm a mess. We're gonna start over. I haven't tried this one yet. I'm being a little shit. No, wait. I'm doing it terribly, at least. No. That'll be it. Ah, I just sorry. Wish it were longer. Yeah, the weird little spooky little people hiding around. Fair enough. There is my attempt at jingling the bells. But I don't understand the 0. Am I supposed to just not play anything? There is no 0 note on my buddy. Where is a 0 note? What do you mean 0? What the hell are you talking about? Hello, wall cotton candy eater. Does anybody know what a 0 is supposed to be? Because it feels like that's just a don't play spot, but that also feels illegal. Yeah, I understand that that's those numbers that are on the key, but what the hell's a 0 then? You're the book that came with this exact kalimba. Why is there no 0? It's gotta be the nothing. I mean, right? There's gotta be the only answer. Ugh. We're gonna swap into our normal song. So now, before we jump to sniffs and then rage puffing. Yeah, let's do this one. I'll back up. kind of two songs on the kalimba. One garbled mess that was not very good, and one that we normally do. Okay. Alright. Now I have a requirement. Mask, don't do this. No. 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 Well, you should probably get some sleep. Okay, well, Cotton Candy Eater, you go ahead and sleep. Take care. I'm gonna keep yelling at Mask. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you pulling a honk on me right now? Did you really just? Did you really just? You gotta be kidding me. And thank you guys for tucking in while Cotton Candy Eater. That was cute. That's cute. Good night. Take care. Eat well. Happy time zone. Sorry for being so radio silent. No, no worries. You're all good. Did I miss it? Yeah. 'Cause you pulled a frickin' lahonk and redeemed and left. You little shit. And I did the most befitting thing, which you had known if you had been here for the story. I am offended. I haven't taken it down. I guess I could do one more song. I gotta move on to a rage puffing right now. I want to move along so I can get back to stories. You did. You absolutely did, Mask. And it sounds like you did that intentionally now. So I absolutely won't go be doing it back. Tippy taps time. Hell yeah, walk on Candy Eater. I'm gonna do some sniffs and then rage puffing. But then glass jar. I know I'm messing with you. Stop playing with Raymond's feelings. Song was lovely, but also it's October. It was for the story. We'll just do our little scrum emotes back and forth. I pulled a lahonk just then. What did you do? Did you redeem and come back? Did you miss something that you wanted to watch? I zoned back into my call after saying that. No, Cage, you're okay. It's specifically when you redeem something and then leave and then come back like, did I miss it? Yeah, you fucking missed it. Okay, but I'm gonna do lahonk sniffs as soon as lahonk is here. I don't know. lahonk gave a tuck, so should be here to hear it. But I'm gonna change the thing. Comedy gold. Rude! You guys just play with my feelings. You're so mean! Okay, sniffs. Are you here? lahonk. We mess with the raven here. People do that in Vise all the time, but I've seen nobody do it more in any channel than lahonk here. Yeah. Well, to be fair, and I don't want to throw shade at Vi, but she seems to take a while to do her redeems, more so than I think I do. Like when I'm actively doing them, I tell people that I'm gonna be gone with the stories, but it feels like her lists get really long. Like she seems to just get a lot of redeems. I know that I have my story, so it's a longer time, but when you count my redeem time to redeem time, I'm pretty good at going through them. I don't know. I try. Okay. Lestink is a gremlin. It's true. Lestink. I'm gonna do this. No honk. No honk. Stink free. Stunk free. But there is your sniffs. I'm not doing no more sniffs. You little shit. What are we gonna do? We're gonna do Rage Puff. And I bet Lahonk hits as soon as I do my Rage Puff. Who else? Who else? Who wants to make that prediction with me? Okay. And then I'll do Glass Jar, so it's only a moment away. I was in the middle of it, so I tried to do the command, but I forget that it's Rage Puff, not Rage Puffing. Anyway, yeah, there you go. It's from a spoonerism. It's chaos. Don't worry, it's over. Oh, do your glass jar tappy taps. That was the choice. Yes, glass jar tappy taps. So we'll do it now. You forgore about it. I like that we are holding on to forgore. Okay. It me! I invented it! It me, cat! Forgore is such a good word. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. We'll go through all of these. I'm gonna grab my glass jar, which is actually a little candle. Well, let's grab it. I could also try... Nope, yellow stonk. I could also try my water jar tappies. Tell me which one you'd prefer, Wall Cotton Candy Eater. There's that one that's hollow. And that one that's not hollow. The one that's not hollow. I also top the top. It's like, yeah. Yes, I will get to the mouth pops right after. But if you have a preference for which glass jar, you let me know, okay? I'll give you a moment while I hydrate. Whatever I prefer. I'm gonna try with the hollow. I haven't done that. So let's do that. Let's go. Okay, here we go. There is our glass jar tappies. Fun to try out the new jar. I will not stop. first. Okay. Do you mind if I do page ruffling and scissor snips before the mouth pops? We've got those that came in first. But I will still get to mouth pops quickly. Let's do page ruffling for some fluffy paper sound. Alright, thank you. Okay, so here's our page ruffling. So here we go. Start with the little book with stiffer pages. And now the big book, and I did see that Flino, but I forgot to reply to it. I'll get you in a minute. I don't know what rage snuffling would be, so I don't think. Anyway, big book. I got totally into the book. I got zoned out. Okay. Let's do scissor snips and then mouth pops now. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. There we go. And there you go for the scissor snips. Now we've got mouth pops, and I thought about it. Well, nope. There you go. Yeah, no, I just don't know how rage snuffling would physically work, so I'm gonna say no. It would be a waste of points. I don't know how I would pull it off. So sorry, Flino. We've already got something crazy you created. Do we really need more? Okay, here we go. go for Mouse Pops. It's always a silly fun one to play around with. You was mostly joking, Flino? Alright, yeah. Hey, it's just, hey, we like the silly weirdo things. That reminds me, I still have to do plastic in a tin jar. I have the pieces, I just have to put the two together and put them over here. I have also run out of redeem slots. Like, I can't add more redeems because I've got too many redeems. It's a problem. Oh my gosh. Oh, the yawns. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're going back into stories now. Here we go. And what, pray tell, is our next story? A diner open 25 hours a day. Interesting. It's gotten 16 votes and it's got 8.63 out of 10. So not the best rating here, but I have high hopes. Okay. Let's put you here. I'm letting you graze my shoulder while I lean forward to type, but I should probably not. Okay. The next story. The next spooky story. Let's write it down. Oh no, there's a bunch of things on my little notebook. I have to move the comb and the scissors. Okay. Then I have to flip the page, start a new page on it. Oh, okay. Diner open 25 hours a day. Like, at some point I'll come back to Elf on the Shelf, maybe, for Christmassy times to read, maybe. This is all the reasons I write these things down. There's one that's good. Okay. My goodness. Can y'all hear that? I think you can. There be things being said. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, I'll just read. Okay. Alright. A diner open 25 hours a day. Late one night, I found myself driving down what seemed like an endless stretch of road. I was on my way back from a week-long business trip, facing at least a 12-hour drive home. Damn. Having always been afraid of flying, the monotonous trek was unavoidable. Though tedious and sometimes downright soul-crushing, I'd grown used to the lonely road trips back and forth from state to state. We are once again in the United States. Interesting. But with a diner opened 25 hours a day, that does feel very Americana. Anyway, okay. In an effort to minimize my commute, I usually refrain from making pit stops. I would push through exhaustion and discomfort, making my way home in one fell swoop. I would then enter my bedroom and meet my blankets with a hard thud, falling asleep almost immediately after my head hit the pillow, picturing my eventual slumber is what kept my foot on the gas pedal. I highly do not recommend 20 or 12-hour-long drives, especially without a break. You physically must do something to interrupt it, because tunnel vision, very, very unsafe. Okay. On this drive, however, I grew particularly hungry. I tried to ignore the feeling, but this became increasingly difficult as the night went on. Oh no, I'm hungry. I found myself longing for sustenance, fantasizing about dreadful gas station food, anything that would placate my insatiable late-night hunger. I was between a rock and a hard place, as tightly squished as one could be. Unable to fight off the urge to eat any longer, I gave in to my stomach's groaning and got off the highway somewhere in Massachusetts. It's always difficult to say without feeling like I'm questioning how I pronounced it. Massachusetts. Yeah, no, that one actually felt good. Okay, anyway, oh my god. I had been to the state on several occasions, but this time I was in unfamiliar territory. There were many trees, more than the average Cape-side town. On top of that, there were no buildings in sight. The many trees is concerning? Really? Anyway, okay. There are no buildings in sight. You're in a rural area? Like, what person? Really? Okay. Despite the lack of residential growth, I was sure I could sniff out a 7-Eleven and indulge in a microwave burrito or a slice of rubbery pizza. You said you drive long treks between states. You really don't know how this goes? Really? Really? I drove on for what must have been 30 minutes or so. No gas stations, no fast food joints, no buildings of any kind. You think 30 minutes is... Okay, this person has never driven in the States. I'm sorry, what? Or they've only driven in the one little corner. No, even then, you would... How? Okay. No buildings of any kind. Just miles and miles of wooded area. Raven LaHonk is bullying me. Did he? What did he do? I see no active bullying except for way back. La Sniffa. LaHonk, did you do it again? Question mark. LaHonk sus. I see no bullying here. LaHonk, are you bullying in the private messages? He knows what he did. Oh no. Wow. You know I can't do nothing about LaHonk violence. He's goose. Can't do nothing about that. Okay. Okay. Worst of all, I didn't even have a phone signal to pull up my GPS. I was just about to give up on Operation Midnight Snack when I saw a faint glow off in the distance. This signaled to me that I must have been reaching the outskirts of civilization. Furthermore, it meant nourishment was just around the corner. Well, yeah. That or a fire. I don't know. As I approached the glimmering light, I realized it was that of a large neon sign. Coming closer, I was able to make out what it said. Supernova Diner, followed by an even larger subheading. Open 25 hours a day. I guess that they really wanted to drive the we never close angle home, and in a cheery manner no less. Cheekier and larger still, there was a big flashing arrow beneath the sign pointing to the diner in question. I'm gonna shuffle around, sorry. Interruption. Making Raven uncomfortable because Raven's hungry now. Have to move around. Okay. Hungry as ever, I pulled in without hesitation. I jumped out of my car and rushed towards the entrance, but not before taking a quick look at the place. Calling it 24-hour thing is going to be some... Oh, really? Really? You think so? Okay. Taking a quick look at the place. It was a beautiful, retro-themed, silver boxcar diner. The smooth metal exterior gleamed in the moonlight as I walked up. It was so sleek and well-crafted that I wondered why it was located in the middle of nowhere. Could they really get by on the odd passerby here and there? Truckers. The answer is truckers. Anyway, after admiring the diner's craftsmanship, I barged in, intent on satisfying my late-night case of the munchies. The diner was void of life, but I heard a voice yell out from the kitchen. Be right there! While I waited for service, I surveyed my surroundings. A gorgeous red checkerboard pattern painted the interior of the building. Lining the perimeter were red booths and tables so immaculate they looked as though they'd never been touched by human hands. To top it all off, there was a row of similarly red, identical cushioned bar stools at the counter. The diner definitely had a classic 50s vibe to it, but it was too crisp and clean to feel truly authentic. After a few minutes of waiting, a middle-aged man came out from the kitchen, drying his hands with a dish rag. "Hello there. Welcome to the Supernova Diner. My name is Hank. I'll be your server tonight. How can I help you?" Hank wore a retro soda jerk cap and a comically large bow tie. "You did nothing?" So say you. Mask says otherwise, and both of you are concerning little pranksters. Time for me to ignore it." Sorry. Comically large bow tie, a spotless white apron, and a smile almost too wide for his face. He pointed up at the large menu on the wall behind him, where I noticed quirky food items like the Milky Way shake, galaxy sliders, and planet fries. "Yeah, I'll have whatever the special is." I didn't feel like asking him to translate the menu for me. "You don't understand that? You can't figure..." Oh my god, okay. Plus, I didn't really care what I was eating so long as my stomach stopped growling. "The Nebula Express, coming right up." That's going to be something like a whole platter of stuff, probably. Anyway, Hank shot me another awkwardly wide smile. To escape his eager glare, I pulled out my phone and glanced at the screen. Still no signal, but I noticed that it was approaching midnight. I groaned a bit, knowing that my detour had cost me a swift return home. Still, I knew I couldn't ignore my biological needs any longer. I would have ended up stopping at some point anyway. I put my phone in my pocket and looked back up at the counter. Hank was still there, smiling away. Shouldn't you be getting my order?" He didn't react to my query. Instead, he remained silent and motionless. "Okay then, I'm gonna leave now. Bye." Just as I turned around to head for the door, Hank spoke up. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." "Why's that?" I asked. "Well, it would be a waste of time." I turned back and glared at him. "What are you talking about? Are you gonna go get my food or not?" He laughed at me. "You can't leave now. The fun is just about to begin. Your order is being prepared as we speak. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride." Hank pulled out a stopwatch from his apron. The digital readout appeared to be counting backward from an hour. I didn't know if it was a restaurant gimmick or a strange prank at my expense, but either way, I was fed up. "Bye, Hank, it's been weird. Thanks for nothing." I turned around and continued marching towards the exit. As I did this, my jaw dropped. The door was gone. My eyes quickly darted from left to right, revealing to me that the windows had vanished as well. There was nothing but continuous wall on either side of me. Perplexed, I looked back to Hank. He chuckled to himself, then asked me a question. "So, how do you like your meat?" "What?" I asked, completely dazed. "Your meat, how do you like it?" Well done? I like it well done." "Well done, huh? I like my meat as red as possible. A little color does the body good." I looked at him confused. "Hank, where's the door?" "Well, let's just say it's temporarily unavailable. Anything else I can help you with?" "Yeah, what the hell is going on here?" "Well, there are a number of possibilities. I've outlined them here on the menu." Hank pointed up at the menu again, only this time the food items were gone. The letters had seemingly been rearranged to form bullet points numbered 1 to 3. I read them out loud. 1. During your business trip, one of your colleagues slipped you some LSD as part of a half-hearted practical joke. What you are experiencing is now a product of the drug's potent hallucinogenic properties. "I like that one," Hank said. "Unlikely, but it's fun, wouldn't you say?" I moved on to the next possibility. 2. You fell asleep at the wheel. This is merely a vivid dream that will continue until you inevitably crash your car and die on impact. Alternatively, you may have already crashed your car and lived, albeit barely. You are currently in a coma, and your sleeping mind has formed a narrative based on the hunger you felt before the accident. The diner is a metaphor for the coma itself, and you won't escape until you awaken, which may very well be never. Hank bore a look of concern. All right, no, I read that as if Hank read it, but it was us. You fell asleep at the wheel. That's what I should have done. Sorry, anyway. Hank bore a look of concern. A little morbid, I'll admit, but it is possible. I reluctantly looked at the last question. 3. Something supernatural is afoot. Mysterious forces beyond your comprehension are at play, trapping you in an otherwise normal eatery. These forces will not allow you to leave under any circumstances. The best thing you can do is accept this and allow yourself to succumb to whatever classic paranormal tropes are thrown your way. Death will be your only escape. That's all I could come up with, Hank said. I'm not sure myself, but I'm leaning towards number 3. What the hell, Hank? What the fuck is this? And shouldn't you of all people know? Why are we still treating Hank like saying his name every line? Anyway, sorry. You would think so, wouldn't you? But I guess I wouldn't tell you if I did, now would I? What? He offered me another one of his smiles as a consolation. Howdy, hating memories. Hello. Oh, I knew it. Waste of time. Hee hee hee. Okay. Aw, it's a long call, but yeah. Well, I'm glad you got good long chat. But okay. Alright, he offered me another one of his smiles as consolation. I wanted to punch it clean off his face. Instead, I partook in a nervous breakdown of sorts. Okay. I slammed my body up against the wall where the door had been. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and I even grabbed a few bar stools and tossed them in different directions as hard as my arms would allow. All the while, Hank remained calm and still, his lips stretched from ear to ear. Oh, thank you for the posture check. I'll do that. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, stretch. There. Just as I was about to take a swing at him, the kitchen door behind him popped open. Ooh, your order must be ready. Please, come with me. Hank disappeared into the darkness beyond the kitchen's door frame. I stayed behind, hesitant to follow him. After a few moments, I heard him yell out to me, "Come on, kid, aren't you hungry?" It's true, I was hungry, but I was more so cautious, especially given my peculiar situation. Because of this, I sat down in one of the booths and waited. I didn't know what I was waiting for exactly, but it was all I could bring myself to do at that very moment. It wasn't long before I heard Hank's voice again. "Can't wait out there forever, kid." But that's what you're supposed to do. That's how a diner works. He's respecting your weird reality, dude. Anyway, okay. Or we are respecting the weird reality. As if in response to his statement... itchy nose. Okay. As if in response to his statement, the lights in the diner began to flicker. Then, one by one, they went out, spreading darkness from booth to booth. Eventually, I was left with just one bulb above me, wavering in and out of life. It provided me with just enough to make my way to the kitchen, and Hank knew it. Sorry. I had 2 choices. Go to the dark kitchen, or let the bulb go out and sit in the dark forever. Neither option was ideal, but deep down I knew only one had the potential to lead me to answers, no matter which one of the far-fetched scenarios on the menus was true. As such, I gave in to the narrative that was unfolding around me. It was clear to me at this point that fighting it was futile. Okay. As I passed the threshold into the kitchen, the door shut itself behind me. Bright light poured out from the ceiling, washing over the entire room, revealing vibrant white walls and flooring. In the center of the room was a chair, slanted in a diagonal position, not unlike one you'd find in a dentist's office. Next to the chair was Hank, who had traded his diner uniform for a flashy white lab coat. Finally, come, sit down, take a load off. I do not like this. Hank doesn't necessarily sound like he's behind this, but more of a host to whatever's going on. Like he just works there. No, this particular moment says he's in charge. The last time I would have agreed with you, except for the way he was like, well, I wouldn't tell you if I did. Like he's just playing too much about it. And this does not sound good. Okay. If only out of fear for what might happen next if I disobeyed, I did as Hank told me. It's not like I had much of a choice at that point. I slowly walked over to the chair and laid down. As I did this, I would have sat down anywhere else. I would have chosen somewhere else to sit, somewhere where you technically follow the rules, but not properly. Anyway. I slowly walked over to the chair, laid down, and as I did this, leather straps wrapped themselves around my legs, arms, and forehead. I no longer had the luxury of movement or peripheral vision. Hank walked around to the front of the chair and pulled out his stopwatch. You're doing fine, kid. Only 40 minutes left. Without warning, 6 or 7 shadowy figures came rushing over from either side of me. They brought with them rolling carts filled with what looked like medical equipment and power tools. I tried to make out even a single face in the crowd, but I could not. They lacked discernible features of any kind and moved about in perfect harmony with one another, like animated silhouettes, doing the bidding of some unseen higher power. Over the course of the next few minutes, the figures poked and prodded me, drew blood, took hair samples, and inserted their utensils in places I'd rather not discuss. Ooh, okay. As much as I squirmed and screamed, none of them reacted, not even Hank. Feeling helpless, I eventually stopped struggling and simply braced myself for each needle that penetrated my skin. It made things a little more tolerable. After a while, the figures stopped. Instead of going away like I'd hoped they would, they traded their needles and test tubes for surgical scissors and began cutting his earlobes. Cutting my clothes off of me. This continued until I was completely naked. I tried talking to Hank, but he was too busy playing around. Oh wait, then how did they put those things in places you'd rather not discuss if you were still clothed? Anyway, okay. I tried talking to Hank, but he was too busy playing around with the samples that had been collected. Even if he did respond, no amount of encouragement could have prepared me for what happened next. This is where I was expecting this. As soon as that there was like tools, I was expecting this. I didn't expect it to sound like alien probing. This is where I thought it was about to go. Using nothing but scalpels and brute strength. Oh, and brace yourselves, please. Run away if you don't want to have violent horror. Anyway. Nothing but scalpels and brute strength. The figures began cutting away at my skin. It was an absolutely horrific orchestra of deadly incisions, and one that continued until they peeled off every last bit of my epidermis. For one reason or another, I remained both alive and awake during the entire ordeal, though at the time I wished I could have died. The pain was excruciating and came in waves. Just when I thought I was going numb, another unbearable, sharp, throbbing sensation would overtake my entire body. I'd never felt anything like it before. By the end of it, my ears were ringing from the volume of my own screams. There's that color, Hank exclaimed, gazing at the bloody mess that I'd become. Why are you doing this? I yelled. I'm not doing anything, kid. I'm just here to observe. Relax, only 27 minutes left. Poindexter, your epidermis is showing. Well, now it's not. He hasn't got any. I would have argued with him further, but the figures grabbed the power tools and started tearing through my muscle tissue. Oh God. The buzzing sound of saws filled the room, drowning out my cries of agony. Through blood-soaked eyes, I could see Hank mouthing the words, tick-tock, tick-tock, over and over again. I watched him mock me until the buzzing sound stopped and the next stage of torture commenced. I never wanted to see my organs. I never wanted to see my bone. I could have gone my whole life without knowing what they look like. Now I can't get the image of them out of my head. I'm afraid I never will. After successfully ripping apart my skin and muscles, the shadowy demons took hammers to my insides, smashing up my spleen, stomach, liver, kidneys, and lungs. They broke through the brittle white ivory that made up my skeleton, making sure to leave no bone unturned. Ugh. They even destroyed my skull and scooped my brain matter into jars. After all that was said and done, they cleaned up my remains like fallen hair in a barber shop and swiftly left the room. You're probably wondering how I lived. I'm not entirely sure. They stripped away every physical aspect of my being, but I was still there, a sort of bubble of floating consciousness. I could still see and hear, but I was without a material body. As jarring as this realization was, I was just happy to no longer be in pain. I'm guessing this is the Nebula Express. Maybe if you just ordered some frickin' obvious frickin' fries, you would have been fine. Anyway, okay. Okay. I didn't realize it, but Hank was still in the room. He walked over to me and leaned in real close, stopwatch in hand. See? Now that wasn't so bad, was it? And looky here, you've only got 18 minutes left. How will you spend them? What things will you see? We had your fun, now it's your turn. We've had our fun, now it's your turn. Hank turned around and walked out the kitchen door, leaving me alone in the white room. Within an instant, things began to change around me. The walls, floor, and ceiling faded, revealing an array of distant stars behind them. I somehow went from being in a diner on planet Earth to floating around in the vacuum of space within mere moments. Within seconds, the room completely fading from view, I was unwillingly hurled through the universe at light speed. Everything around me blurred, and my bodiless soul spun around uncontrollably. If I still had a stomach, it would have been turning. I'll never forget what I experienced in the coming moments, but I'll never fully remember it either. Even now, I only have access to bits and pieces of what happened. What is now? How long away is now? How did you survive? Perhaps the extreme velocity in which I traveled somehow damaged the fragile fabric of my memory, rendering me unable to retain the information I was presented with. Or maybe my feeble mind just couldn't process the imagery. Who knows? In truth, I can only tell you what I felt. That will never go away. As I sped through deep space, I was stopped in specific locations, mostly foreign planets and dead star systems. In these moments, I saw unspeakable things, gruesome things. Dust? Like, what do you mean? What? Things I never knew could exist in the universe. I was plagued with disturbing sights and concepts of horrific proportions. So horrendous, in fact, it made my impromptu autopsy look tame in comparison. I don't know exactly what it was I saw out there, but I still feel an immense dread whenever I try to recall it. I'm confused but okay. After what felt like an eternity of torture, I was transported to what I can only assume was a location outside of the observable universe. There were no stars or any light to speak of, not even off in the distance. I was alone in a blanket of darkness, left to suffer with the memories of what I'd endured. Just as I was beginning to accept my circumstances, a light glow appeared in the distance. As it came closer to my position, I recognized its features. It was Hank's stopwatch. The readout was approaching 0. 10, 9, 8. I started to feel weary, almost like I was falling into a deep sleep. I wondered if that was even possible in my current state. 7, 6, 5. Like a projected movie, the past hour of my life appeared on the blank canvas of space behind the stopwatch. It played in reverse at high speed like a VHS tape stuck on rewind. 4, 3, 2. Feeling faint, I tried to focus on the imagery. I relived everything that happened to me in the diner within a few mere seconds. 1, 0, and poof. Just like that, I was back in the diner parking lot, body and flesh intact. My car was there next to me, right where I parked it. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was 12:01. Everything had returned to normal somehow, to the way it was before. Elated, I jumped into my car and started it up. I was about to drive off like a bat out of hell, but then I decided to take one last look at the diner. Somehow, within its walls, there doesn't exist an extra hour in the day. How that's possible and what its purpose is, I can't be certain. Maybe Hank was right, and that third scenario had something to do with it. The only thing I do know is that I survived, and I won't be making another pit stop anytime soon. Sorry, brain. No matter how hungry I may be. Just then, before my very eyes, the diner lifted itself from its foundation and flew upwards into the night sky. The end. So yeah, we did get back into the alien kind of spin on it by the end there. I feel like I would have maybe had him still have, us have the meal, whatever, like, and here's your fries with that. You're like he did order, but he didn't pay. But like, I don't know. I feel like that would have been, based on how they kind of made Hank a little bit silly with himself, I would have maybe done that. I don't know. That one was something, huh? Oh, wow. Alright. And I've clicked the next random story button to see what is the next one that will come up. The Gordian Knot by the Vespers Bell. Same as the Elf on the Shelf creators, so the Gordian Knot. Weird. Interesting. But alright. I'm curious. Oh boy. Anybody still listening? He's the Meat, I think, of course, was where I thought it might go. It didn't quite go there. And the Hawk says hi to Hating Memories. Cute. Yes, Fella's here, all snuggled up. Good. Thank you. Well, I think I'll jump into it if we've got nothing to say. I just wanted to make sure I hydrated in between. Oh boy. I only want to do a stream for another 45-ish minutes. I want to make sure I get to bed sooner tonight. I know, you little goof. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I think I will go ahead with the story. Like I said, the Gordian Knot. Interesting title. No idea what it means. Okay. Here we go. My throat made a weird noise. Okay. Dr. Luna Valdez swallowed nervously as the elevator descended into the heavily fortified sublevels of the Dread Fort facility. Why do I feel like I'm reading an SCP right now? Okay. She was heading all the way down towards the bunker, and they didn't keep anything good down there. It was made entirely of thick, reinforced concrete and steel bulkheads, and buried under so much dirt it was impossible to get a cell or radio signal. No one was allowed down there unless absolutely necessary, and today it seemed she was absolutely necessary. A very large male guard by the name of Joseph Cromwell towered over her, clad in full black armor with with a passive exoskeleton meant to ease the burden of the shocking array of combat gear he carried on his person. Someone who didn't know any better could have been forgiven for mistaking Dr. Valdez for Cromwell's prisoner rather than his charge. Luna knew and trusted him well, though, and was glad that he was there to watch her back as she entered into the most secure and clandestine underground complex north of the Great Lakes. The elevator landed at the bottom. Ooh, and Great Lakes. Are we at Site 43? Okay, sorry. The elevator landed at the bottom of its shaft with a pronounced thud. Hi, Darkstorm! Hello, hello. Pronounced thud, and its doors ratcheted open. We just started the story, so we just got Dr. Luna descending, very large Joseph Cromwell all suited up, protecting her as she's headed down to the bottom. It feels very SCP Site 43, but anyway. Okay. They were greeted by several more guards who initiated a series of biometric and RFID scans to confirm their identity. Once they had the all clear, Luna and her escort were ushered into some kind of surveillance room. Inside was a tall, lanky man in his 50s, his long and haggard face prematurely aged from a lifetime of smoking. So is he really in his 50s, or does he just look like it? Anyway. Even now, his face mask was around his chin as he nervously puffed away on a cigarette. We wear face masks. Okay. Dr. Helvig? Luna asked, recognizing the senior researcher immediately. Hey, Valdez. Sorry to have this goon drag you down here, but we have a situation, he informed her. I am not a goon. I'm a paramilitary agent of an opaque and unaccountable globe-spanning secret organization. Thank you very much, Cromwell quipped. Luna chuckled, but Helvig only responded with an annoyed glared. Typo. Glare. Sit down, Luna, he ordered, nodding to a chair in front of the control console and rolling his own chair to the console's edge before she could get any closer. Keep 6 feet back, though. I'm going to be chain-smoking until this pack's empty. You know the 6-foot rule doesn't apply to secondhand smoke? She chastised him gently as she took her seat. So this is reading very COVID, but okay. Interesting. Actually, I could scroll back up. This was written... This was published on June 2nd, 2021, so it does feel very COVID. Okay. Alright. Guys, it's the 2-meter rule. You're supposed to use metric. You call yourselves scientists, Cromwell said, with an exaggerated shake of his head. Helvig glowered at him in contempt, but didn't otherwise reprimand him. So what am I looking at? Luna asked as she examined the screen in front of her. Floating in a general-purpose supermax containment cell was an amorphous medusa head of an iridescent dark green fluid. It's a medusa head of a fluid? How does that work? Is this something that I just don't know? How... It goes on to describe braids, but it's a fluid. I'm very confused. Anyway, okay, I'll just read it. It was a vapor at the edges of its being. And we have another double spacing after each sentence here. I don't know about our different time zones, but isn't it midnight? It is in EST 12:19 a.m. Hi, Dumda. Yes. I'm very confused about this. Okay, so Medusa head of an iridescent dark green fluid, whatever that means. It was a vapor at the edges of its being, but that condensed to a liquid the closer it got to its center. The fluid congealed into a ball of tightly coiled braids of various sizes, some of which flapped about loosely like frayed tentacles. Solidified shards of the same alien substance orbited around its body like the ice rings of some medusoid gas giant. The bottom of the sphere possessed a long tail-like appendage made of several of the tentacles and in the center of the mass there was a single elliptical orifice ringed with vivid green flames. Confusing. This is very much an SCP, just on Creepypasta. Its ID is on the file there, but its nickname is the Gordian Knot, or just Gordy, Helvig replied. It's been down here since the 1950s at least. Everything before that is classified, but according to its file, it hasn't done jack shit but float there for the past 70 years. Then, 2 hours ago, it opens up that giant eye or whatever it is, and starts asking to speak with its keeper. Oh, sorry I have to go, Darkstorm. Take care, have a good day, or whatever time zone, happy time zone. He tapped a play button on a screen of some earlier security footage. Keeper, keeper, I wake, my keeper, I slumber no more. It spoke in a metallic monotone. Come and claim me, my keeper. Do not tarry, do not dally. I am eager, my keeper, oh, so very eager. Come claim me from this dull box, and you will see how eager I am. It's repeated variations of that phrase since it woke up, Helvig said as he hit the pause button. I've checked in with the higher-ups, and they want this kept on a need-to-know basis for as long as possible. I tried to hold back that yawn. Oh my god. Thanks for the talk. Yes, take care. Okay. Wants this on a need-to-know basis for as long as possible. I want you to conduct a psych evaluation over the intercom, and we'll decide how to proceed from there. I'm sorry, a psych evaluation? Of that thing? Luna asked incredulously. Yeah, why not? It has speech. It has observable behavior. Evaluate it, Helvig ordered. Luna sighed, but didn't argue with him. Some significant observable behavior. Yeah, observable, but not quantifiable. Like, you don't know the context of any. Anyway. She specialized in paranormal humanoids, not in Lovecraftian abominations like this, but if it could communicate, then there was the potential for some kind of analysis. Nervously clearing her throat, she pressed the button for the intercom. Hello, can you hear me? She asked as gently as she could. The entity's stance became more rigid. What do you mean stance? While maintaining the ethereal and unending circulation of its own fluid, and tilted its orifice up towards the security camera. Hello, it said, drawing the word out as long as it could while still retaining its meaning. Thank you. My name is Dr. Luna Valdez, and Is my name Gordy? It asked innocently. Luna's eyes went wide at the implications of this question, but tried not to let her alarm show in her voice. I'm given to understand that some people here call you that. Yes, she replied, but I'll call you whatever you want. My native language, if you can call it a language, isn't phonetic. You lack the senses to perceive my words, my names, it told her, its voice taking on a taking on a melancholic timbre. That's the word, my brain. No smattering of arbitrary phonemes, could even remotely approximate the meaning of my name to you. It would be degrading to even try. Perceived superiority. Resents need to accommodate those it views as beneath it, Luna jotted down. I'm very sorry for not being able to comprehend your language, and your use of phonetic language is greatly appreciated, she said deferentially. What phonetic name would you prefer I call you? Gordy is a silly name for an eldritch abomination. That's what they said, the entity quoted. I don't want a silly name. Prideful, fragile ego, doesn't mind being called an eldritch abomination, though. Of course not. I'm sorry you were called that to begin with, Luna apologized. If it pleases you, I will address you as Magnificent Elder One until you choose a name to your liking. Is this acceptable? I accept this, yes, Gordy replied. Narcissist, easily flattered, suggestible when its egotism is appeased. You are most gracious, Magnificent Elder One, Luna said. You've been sleeping many years, Magnificent Elder One. Why do you awake now? I sleep to dream, and dream so that I may see into the minds of men, Gordy answered. I have peered into the deepest subconscious of millions now, and I am convinced that will prove an adequately representative sample for my keeper's work. There is nothing to gain by sleeping any longer. Now is the time to wake and work. I am eager to begin. I see. You called out for your keeper when you first awoke. Could you tell me more about your keeper, Magnificent Elder One? Luna requested. Yes, more than I can tell you of myself, for he is far more alike to you than I am, Gordy replied. Or the part of him which protrudes into this world is like you. He is a man, or man-shaped. He speaks and thinks in words, like you, and hears words both said and thought. I do not think words, at least not as you or he does, so I spoke so that he might hear. I do not understand sound so well. It remains a very abstract, very alien thing to me. I'm not sure if he actually heard me, but you heard me, did you not? Surely he must have heard me then as well, for he is far greater than you. Does acknowledge its own limitations, seems to regard its keeper highly. Yes, Magnificent Elder One, if I heard you, then surely your keeper would have as well, Luna humored it. Please tell me more about your keeper. He summoned me here and clad the small part of me that was three-dimensional into something close to earthly matter, so that I could have a presence in this world and interact with it, he continued. He summoned me so that I might use my higher dimensional perspective to view mortal minds far more efficiently than he ever could, and gather all the information required. Required for what? Luna asked softly. I don't think I can explain it well. I'm not as good with words as my keeper is, Gordy admitted. Each mind must be not broken, but not fixed either. Remade, maybe? Each mind must be remade. Ah, thank you, honk. Let's get some money frogs going. Oh, come on. Oh, everybody's so slow. Give me 2 more money frogs. Thank you, honk, for gifting that to Dum Dove. Thank you, thank you. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Each mind must be remade. Madness, you would call it, as you are now. But once you are remade, you might understand, or you might not. It does not matter. But my keeper and I shall remake you as we need you to be, and your minds will all be screaming and shining. Your civilization will crumble, and your bodies will wither in your new delirium, but we do not need those. My keeper will keep your minds as he has kept me, entombed in not quite earthly matter, so that you will stay screaming and shining forever. One day, eons from now, when the stars are right, your many screaming and shining minds will be enough to lure in a... You have no words, no concept, but they are great in size and being, and your screaming, shining minds will resonate with their own, and they will try to take you into themselves, so that they may become yet greater. And then all will resonate and sing in tune with the will of my keeper, and he will be the new heart. The great conglomeration of maddened minds will beat in time with him, and it will be not good, not pleasant anyway, but you will be much mightier than you are now. I'm sorry. I tried repeating the words. Oh, no, wait. This is still them. I'm sorry. I tried repeating the words my keeper said to me, but I don't think I said them right. When my keeper gets here, he will explain it to you, and you will agree that it is for the best, just as I did. Thank you, Magnificent Elder One. This is joyous news, Luna lied. Would you excuse me for a little while? We need to make preparations for the arrival of your keeper. Of course, Gordy said with a slight nod of its entire body. So, Gordy wants to marinate us all in madness until we're tasty enough to use as bait for some nameless cosmic horror? Helvig asked as he snuffed out his cigarette in his ashtray, and before Luna had removed her finger from the intercom button, she retracted her hand like it was red hot, hoping that the entity hadn't heard him. What is the matter with you? She asked rhetorically with a frustrated shake of her head. And yes, it sounds like it. Right now, though, all we have is its word. It could be lying or crazy or both, and if it's telling the truth, it sounds like it and its keeper need each other to carry out their plan. Then right now the priority should be keeping Gordy and his keeper apart, Helvig pronounced as he pulled up his mask. Helvig is a mess. You're making this very difficult. Anyway, if the keeper is more human-like of the duo, our focus should probably be on him. I'm going to go update command and security. Keep an eye on Gordy until I get back. If he leaves his cell somehow or does anything other than float there, pull the breach alarm immediately. Before he could even finish the word, he was pulled violently sideways by an unseen force and vanished into nothing. Shit, Luna screamed, jumping back in her chair. Code Black, repeat, Code Black, Cromwell shouted into his walkie-talkie. Dr. Helvig's just vanished right in front of me. I said I didn't want a silly name, Gordy said over the CCTV. Luna and Cromwell spun around to see that Helvig was now cowering in the corner of Gordy's cell. Holy fuck, I've got eyes on Helvig. He's in Gordy's cell. E15, do you copy? Cromwell asked. We copy, Cromwell. We have orders not to engage. Stay with Valdez. Over, another guard answered. Black lights began to flash. A deep klaxon began to wail, and the heavy footfalls of security personnel running by outside their door could be heard. Luna, what the hell just happened? It's a higher dimensional being. It can reach over three-dimensional walls as easily as we could reach over a line in the sand, Luna replied as she hit the talk button on the intercom again. Magnificent Elder One, please don't hurt him. I'm going to remake his mind so that you can understand what awaits you, he said. It won't hurt. He will scream, but that will only be from the existential horror of being transformed into a new form of being. There will be no physical pain, I promise. Well, that's not exactly what we meant, but okay. The shards that orbited Gordy's form moved to envelop Helvig, penetrating deeply into his body, causing him to scream and spasm in agony. Oh, never mind then, Gordy said nonchalantly. Yes, pain, I guess. Oops. The shards levitated Helvig off the ground as he continued to convulse. He made a noise that sounded like he was trying to curse Gordy out in rage, but it only came out as a pitiful whimper. The shards burst into flames of the same green glow that ringed Gordy's singular orifice, with arcs of green lightning flickering between them. Helvig's body began to smolder and then disintegrate into black mist until he was nothing but his central nervous system left, including his horrified eyes. Gordy sucked what was left of Helvig into its orifice, its shards returning to their orbits around it. Hopefully he will be ready by the time my keeper is here, and I can show him that I am ready as well, Gordy remarked. Sweet Jesus, Luna gasped, cupping her hands to her face in unbelieving horror. That cell's not going to hold it, is it? Cromwell asked grimly. Luna shook her head emphatically. She turned to the computer monitor towards her and began typing. What are you doing? I need to access the classified information on this thing, she replied. What do you mean? If Helvig didn't have clearance, then you sure won't, Cromwell said. Helvig had security on me, that's it. We're the same rank, but he had a hell of a lot more disciplinary issues than I do. Enough to severely curtail his access to the database, Luna explained. I'm logged in under my own credentials now. Give me a minute. As Luna read through the file, Cromwell kept a watchful vigil on Gordy through the surveillance screen. If it could grab Helvig through the walls, then it stood to reason that it could hear through them too, if it wanted to. Fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case at the moment, as Gordy was too focused on rearranging and recalibrating the base components of Helvig's mind into something more to its keeper's liking. Okay, I think I might have something, Luna announced. One of the physicists they had studying it thought that the exotic matter which makes up its three-dimensional form is only metastable, and if you pump enough energy into it, it will destabilize and decay into baryonic matter. They were never able to test that, though, because its exterior is too resilient to energy absorption. But its interior might be more vulnerable, and now it has an opening we can use to get something inside of it. There was an awful lot of ifs and buts and thinks in there, Luna, Cromwell remarked hesitantly, but if that's our best shot, fine. How do we go about pumping its insides full of energy? You know this bunker better than I do, Luna replied. What do we have down here that we can use? There's a drone with a mounted electro-laser weapon we use as a cattle prod for, well, that's neat to know too, but it can deliver up to 30 megajoules to its target. Do you think that would do the trick? It's worth a try, Luna replied, seceding over the controlled chair to Gromlow. Discharge the entire battery in one shot. Gordian seems to be ignoring us for now, but if it realizes the drone's a threat to it, it will take it and us down like insects. Understood, Gromwell nodded as he entered his credentials into the security system. Command, this is Gromwell. On Valdez's recommendation, I'm going to attempt to use the A-Zula drone to deliver a massive electric shock to the bogey's interior, as Valdez has reason to believe this will be lethal to it. I need you to override any security bulkheads between the drone's docking port and cell E15, as well as open the cell door. Do you copy? Several seconds of silence trudged past before Gromwell's walkie-talkie crackled to life in response. We copy, Gromwell. You are green to cut the Gordian Knot. Over. The voice on the other end replied. Copy that, Command. Over. Gromwell nodded. Within seconds, the drone piloting program was opened on his monitor, its multiple camera feeds and sensor readings available at a glance. Taking a firm grasp of the unit's control stick, he took off and began flying the weaponized quadcopter down the Spartan corridors towards his target. Jay, Gordian's not facing towards the door, and I don't think there's enough space in between it and the wall to get the drone in, Luna said, anxiously staring up at the security feed. Yeah, I see that, Cromwell acknowledged. Do you want to try talking to it again, see if you can get it to turn around? Sure, she said quietly as she reached for the intercom, her voice almost utterly devoid of confidence. Excuse me, Magnificent Elder One, can you please tell me how Dr. Helvig is doing? He is screaming, Gordy replied atonally. He is not shining yet, but he soon shall. Wonderful, Luna nodded, her voice wavering, a tear falling down her cheek. He may have been a douche, but he didn't deserve that. The room you're in now isn't big enough for you to meet with your keeper in, don't you think, Magnificent Elder One? There was a pause, as Gordy seemed to consider her words. I had not thought, no, it answered, but it is smaller than the space where he first summoned me. Perhaps he would need more space. Yes, I should look for more space. Gordy slowly spun around, its radiant orifice now facing the door. If it noticed that the door was open now, it was utterly indifferent to it. It stretched out its tail tentacles and pulled itself forward in a manner akin to an octopus moving across a tide pool, except that its tentacles weren't actually making contact with anything. The fluid of its being quivered now, possibly in agitation, producing an unnaturally low rumble as it did so. It passed into the corridor, its splayed appendages casually ghosting through the walls. Luna was terrified that Gordy would simply vanish, unconfined to three-dimensional space as it was, but it seemed sincere in its intent to find a bigger room to greet its keeper in. It jerkily perambulated down the hall, glancing slightly from left to right as it did so, seeming to inspect the rooms through the walls as it did so. It didn't stop or even flinch when the drone rounded the corner, apparently regarding it as a completely innocuous resident of the facility. Cromwell did not waste his one shot, pulling the trigger as soon as Gordy's eye was within sight. In an instant, a laser beam ionized the air along its path into conductive plasma, delivering megawatts of electricity directly to the center of Gordy's three-dimensional form. Gordy showed no reaction at first. It merely levitated in space, tentacles wafting like kelp in a gentle current, seemingly unaffected and unconcerned by the massive electric discharge. But then Luna and Cromwell saw that Gordy was starting to vibrate, and that vibration was intensifying. Harder and harder, the knotted orbs shook, emitting reverberating shock waves that shook the walls around it as it did so, until it instantaneously imploded inwards on itself in a single ear-splitting crunch. Every iota of Gordy's three-dimensional form was gone, though it presumably still existed on its own plane of existence. The only trace that it had ever existed in our reality at all was the mutilated central nervous system of Dr. Helvig lying helplessly on the hard concrete floor like a beached whale. It had been coated in something green, or transformed into something green, or used as a mold for something green. Whatever that green thing was now, it was alive and aware. It wiggled and writhed and visibly beat with some kind of pulse, glowing faintly in a sickly green light and somehow producing a high-pitched screech that rang through the air like a police siren. Shining and screaming. The end. But that one was sure something. Okay. Well, we only have about 15 minutes left. I'm going to see what the next story is. If it's one of the shorter ones, I think I could read it. No, this one is even longer. I don't think I can read it in time. I'm back, ready to start the diner story. Oh my gosh. Mask, you little shit. Oh, I never changed the title. Why did no one tell me I never changed the title? That's what we'd been reading. The Gordian Knot. But I just finished it, so sorry. there was the title. Ugh. Okay. Well, oops. There's not much left. I don't have enough time to start up a story, and I do need to wrap up sooner to prevent wrapping up late tonight. So, you know what? I think I'll just chat before we leave. So, first little bit of chatting to do. Yes, this was our first day of Spooktober. Scary story times. So this was our this was our creepypasta night, but tomorrow I'm gonna actually say we should probably not do any redeems from here out. Tomorrow is going to be SCPs. We're gonna go back to SCPs. I'm still gonna pull off the list. If somebody has specifically, not just general SCPs, but scary stuff, maybe that's the way we'll lean. But I'm just gonna keep going through our SCPs, and then when we come back next week, I'm gonna do right back to alternating between creepypasta and SCP. That's just the pattern we're gonna go through: is SCP, creepypasta, creepypasta, SCP, SCP. Yeah, you get it. All the way until the end of the month. But knowing my schedule, you know that we typically do the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or if I have to cancel one of those, I do the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll still be streaming tomorrow, no Wednesday, But next week I plan to do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So that's how we'll go. Yeah. Is that all I wanted to say? I think so. I guess in general, make sure you've joined the Discord. Make sure you're checking out the YouTube channel for VODs, because you can go back and rewatch ones. Or also, I've uploaded my origami how-tos there. And that's all for now for my other videos. But I plan to eventually put up a bunch of other stuff. Ooh, interesting thought, Mask. Did Fett have a different idea? I'm depending on who Fett's idea. I think Annie is a good idea. Yeah. Um, go check those out. I still have the throne up for silly things if you want to check out for other redeems or the ASMR sounds to do. I've got some things that are up there, specifically ones that Vi had, and I thought that we could maybe pull those up. And we're still fundraising for the gaming laptop, but based on lack of interest, we may need to start planning something else. I don't know about that. I would talk to you guys first about it, but because it's pretty well disappeared, I wonder what we should do about that. Yeah, I will be hanging around. I think I'm going to bug Vi about what is going on the next little bit because of movie night. Specifically, we had the Hocus Pocus movie night that Vi was told she has to do. So maybe we'll be able to get that going. But I also have a guess that we'll have a not Spooktober very movie soon, but I'm gonna bug her. We'll find out. Do have someone, but that's also a good idea. Well, yeah, I think we should raid Annie. So that's where we're gonna go. So with that, let's start a raid over to Annie. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The first person that's up, their thing says, Spooktober is here. And it's someone else that was doing cozy reading ASMR. I did it first. Just because, I started streaming the exact same stream first. So, okay. Copy your raid messages. Yes, let's do that. Don't move. Perfect. Okay, and I'll put up my ending screen. Thank you so much for watching. Let's check out Annie. Not Annie, Annie. There's Annie Bell. There we go. Okay. We'll start our raid-in. We're gonna head over to Annie. So, prepare to do that. Annie is playing. It's loading. Genshin time is what it is. Why is it not properly showing the... It's not giving me the right infos. But anyway, yes, that is where we're headed. So, thank you everybody for watching. Thanks for giving that sub, Lahonk. And eat well if you're headed to bed, or happy time zone, whatever time zone. Let's go say hi to Annie. Okay, here we go.